Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, according to the different time zones from where you are joining me in the session. And I welcome you all in the virtual training session for the course called SC-900, which is Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamental. We are absolutely good to work with our session in here. So let's get started in here. And before starting up working with the session in here, quickly checking up that can you guys hear me loud and clear in the class and also can see the screen which I'm sharing its PowerPoint presentation. All right. Thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end. So now let's get started with the session with a quick introduction in here. And once again, thank you very much everyone for joining me in this virtual training. And being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm going to be your instructor for this SC-900 training in here. So my name is Ayush Mishra. I am working as a solution architect and Microsoft certified trainer at GTechLearn with having 6+ years of experience in the training industry. If I'm talking about my technical exposure in here, so currently I'm working in the Microsoft Power Platform area, Dynamics 365, CRM, ERP, Microsoft Azure, Office 365 itself. I have started myself as a system administrator. Then slowly and gradually, I have moved towards the different Microsoft Cloud technologies what we are having, like Microsoft Azure, Office 365, Exchange Server, and PowerShell. That's fine. And also being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm going to I'm having these certifications with me, my apologies, and those certifications are related to the Dynamics area, Power Platform area, Azure Infrastructure area, and Office 365 area as well. But today, in this training session, in this specific course called SC900, we are going to talk about this one that is security, compliance, and identity fundamentals in here. That's okay. So that is all in terms of myself, my technical exposure in here. So now let's get started with the course introduction, what the SC900 course is. So, as per the name we see, that is a security, compliance, and identity fundamental course. So, if you guys are new to the security domain and you guys do wanted to start yourself with the security domain of the Microsoft, so this is the very first course which you need to take in order to understand the different security related concepts what we are having present into the Microsoft. You guys also going to know about the different security terms, security technologies, like what is the encryption, what is the hashing, what is the zero trust model. So these all are the things what we are going to discuss in that specific course called SC900. That's fine. If I'm talking about the prerequisites for this course, so if you guys are having the general understanding of the networking and the cloud concepting, cloud computing concept, or if you guys are having the basic understanding related to the Microsoft product like Azure and Microsoft 365, so that will help you to understand the things into a proper manner. And don't worry if you are not having those prerequisites available with you, then we are going to discuss everything from the scratch, and then this training is going to be useful for you. That's all right. So now let's get started with the course agenda. So in the course agenda, if we are talking about the course program called SC900, so in this course, we are having 4 different learning paths are available. The very first learning path is talking about describe the concepts of security, compliance, and identity. So in this specific learning path, we are going to take a look related to the different concepts what we are having in the security. We are going to take a look to the compliance concept and the identity concepts as well. Then in the second learning path of this course, that is describe the capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory, we are going to take a look the different capabilities of Azure Active Directory, that actually what Azure Active Directory is and how do we work with the same. Then in the third learning path of this course, that is going to we talk about the Microsoft security solutions. Like if we do want to maintain the security for the resources what we are having present into the Microsoft cloud, whatever, if we do want to make secure our on-premises resources, then what are the different security capability or solutions are available in the Microsoft? So that is something what we are going to discuss in the third learning path in here. Then on the fourth learning path of this course called SC-900, we are going to take a look that how do we go ahead and describe the different compliance related solutions what we are having present in the SC-900. That's fine. So that is all about the course agenda in here. So the entire SC-900 is divided into four different learning paths what we are going to discuss in the today's training in here. That's okay. Now moving ahead with the introduction in here. So we are organizing the different virtual trainings, events, and the webinar on a free note for you all. So if you guys do want to register yourself for the upcoming webinars and the events which we are planning, so you can visit to that specific website called gtechlearn.com/webinars.aspx, and you guys can do register yourself for the upcoming events in here. So for an example, let me go ahead and I'm going to open my browser in here. Just give me a quick moment. And in my browser here, you guys can go to the website called GTechLearn.com. And into this specific website, you can visit that section, event and webinar. And in the event and webinar area, you can access that specific thing like upcoming event. And in the upcoming events here, you can see the list of the different events what we have scheduled already. And if you guys do want to register yourself for the specific technology, whatever the technology do you want to learn. So in that case, you can click the register button and go register yourself, and then you can get the access to the class over there. That's fine. So that is the way how do you go ahead and register yourself for the upcoming event, as well as if you guys do want to watch the previous recorded event, the previous events what we have hosted, so you guys can go to that area again, and then you can select this option past event, and while selecting this option you will be redirected to the new tab, and from in here you can see that we are having all the previous events are available which you guys can watch according to your time availability. That's okay. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in the course introduction in here. That is all about the SC-900 course introduction. Now we are going to start with the very first module of this course, that is for explaining the basic concepts of the compliance, identity, and the security. Okay, so before moving ahead with the very first module of the course SC-900, please let me know if you have any doubts over there. And let me clear you one more thing, that during the session, if you guys are thinking that I am moving way much faster with the content and I should slow it down in order to maintain the pace of the training, so you guys have a chat access with you, you guys have a mic access with you, you can reach me out, and then we can slow it down according to the requirement over there. And during the session, if you guys are having any questions, any query, please feel free to ask about your queries. I'm really happy to answer all of them on from my end. That's okay. So now let's get started with the very first learning path in here for the SC-900. And here we are going to talk about the things those are related to the security and the compliance. So in this specific lesson, we are going to talk about the concepts those are related to the security and the compliance. So here, first of all, we are going to talk about the shared responsibility model. So let's have a look and just talk about the shared responsibility model in here. So in the shared responsibility model, when we are talking about the same thing, that is something that identifies that which security tasks are handled by the cloud provider and which security tasks are handled by the customer or by the organization itself. So in those organizations where they are only running into the on-premises hardware and software, In that scenario, the organization is going to be responsible, 100% responsible for implementing the security, for implementing the compliance over there. But when we are talking about the cloud-based services, then in that case, the responsibility is shared between the customer and the cloud provider itself. So whenever we are talking about the shared responsibility model, so the shared responsibility model is varies depending on the which type of service we are using and where the workload is hosted over there. So we are having the multiple options are present for hosting our work. Like we can go with the on-premises data center. So in that case, the all the thing is going to be managed by the organization or by the customer itself. It means that when we are talking about the responsibilities, so we are having the multiple responsibilities are there, like information and data, managing the devices, managing the account and identities, managing the identity and directory infrastructure, managing the different application, managing the network control, managing the operating system, managing the physical host, physical network, and the physical data center itself. So in that case, when we are talking about the on-premises scenarios in here, so in that case, each and everything is going to be managed by the customer, or we can say the organization. That's okay. Now, when we are talking about the second type of thing where we are working with the infrastructure as a service scenario. So, in the infrastructure as a service scenario, the maintenance of the physical hardware, the management of the physical hardware, mm, like physical data center, physical network, and the physical host is going to be managed by your cloud service provider, and the rest of the thing is going to be managed by your organization or by the customer itself. So in that case, we are talking about the Microsoft technologies. So in that case, the thing is going to be managed by the Microsoft. If we are working with the different cloud providers, then that thing is going to be managed by that specific cloud provider itself. That's okay. Then we are having the second type of method available, that is known as third type of method available, that is platform as a service. So in the platform as a service, the physical data center, the physical network, physical host, operating system, is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. However, the network control is going to be referred as a shared responsibility model, because in here both of the things are going to be managed by a customer and the Microsoft itself. And same as like that, the application and the identity and infrastructure is also going to be known as a shared responsibility. So that is the shared responsibility between the customer and between the cloud service provider, and rest of the things is going to be managed by the customer itself, like information and data, devices, account and identities over there. After that, when we are talking about the software as a service things over there, so in that case, the Microsoft is going to manage all the things till the application to you, and then in that case, the identity and directory infrastructure is going to be the shared responsibility between the customer and between the cloud service provider over there. That's fine. So in that specific scenario, if I'm talking about that thing in here, so here we can say that the identity and the infrastructure is a shared responsibility, and the rest of the thing is going to be managed by the customer. So for an example, if we are utilizing the Microsoft 365, so the Microsoft 365 is going to be the example for a software as a service where we do not need to manage the hardware, we do not need to manage the software, we do not need to manage the different physical things what we are having. We only need to do one thing, we need to purchase the subscription based on the service, what service we do want to use, and accordingly we are taking a subscription, and then we are start utilizing that same service over there. So in a nutshell, we can say that the shared responsibility model makes the responsibilities clear. So whenever the organization moving the data to the cloud, so in that case, some responsibilities transfer to the cloud provider and some to the organization over there. That's fine. now let's move ahead and talk about the next concept what we are having, that is known as a defense in depth. So the defense in depth is uses a layered approach over there, and by using the defense in depth we can manage the security into the different layers, as you can see in the picture as well, that we are having the different layers are present, like physical and security layer, identity and access layer, perimeter layer, network layer, compute layer, application layer, and data layer over there. So in this security approach, rather than relying on a single perimeter, the defense in depth strategy uses a series of a mechanism in order to slow the advance of an attack, and each layer provide the protection so that if one layer is breached at any point, then a subsequent layer will prevent an attacker to getting the unauthorized access to the data. That's okay. In these layers of defense in depth, we are having the physical layer. So the physical layer is something that is going to be responsible for limiting the access to the physical data center for the authorized personnel only. It means that, for example, if the Microsoft is having the data center present, so in that specific data center of Microsoft, only specific personals can go ahead and make a entry over there and get the access to the physical resources what we are having. Then the next thing comes up in the line, that is known as the identity and access. So by using the identity and access layer, we can maintain the control over to the security by utilizing the multi-factor authentication or condition-based access to control the access to infrastructure and change the control over there. So just for an example, if someone is want to make any changes over to the applications or the softwares that are running inside my data center, so before making the changes or before getting the access over to the thing, the user must first have to provide their identity, and then user can have access to those specific data itself. That's fine. Then the perimeter security comes up in the line. By using the perimeter security, we can protect our environment from the different type of false positive attacks, and by using the perimeter layer security, we can only give the access to the legitimate traffic towards the resources and the application what we are having. And for securing the thing over to the perimeter level, we are using some services like DDoS protection over there, and that will help us to get the access over to the legitimate traffic to our resources only. That's okay. Then we are having the network layer comes up in the line, and by segmenting the network, by creating the different segments in the network, we can secure the resources, and also we can limit the communication between the different resources over there by giving the control over there. So just for an example, if I'm talking about the network segmentation, so I am having one scenario where I have one web server present, and my this web server is facing directly to the public internet, and also my this web server is connected with one of my database server. This is my DBSVR, and this is my web server. So what we can do by segmenting the network, so if we create a segment over there, so we can put the database server in another segment and web server in another segment, and we can only make our web server directly accessible from the internet. However, if my web server wants to get the data from the my database server, then only my web server can have access to the database server, and the public internet access to my database server is blocked over there. So that is how we can do one thing. We can do the network segmentation in order to limit the communication between the resources using the segmentation and the different access control thing over there. That's okay. Then we have a compute layer, and we can use the compute layer such as securing the access to the virtual machine, either by machine is having into the on premises or in the cloud over there by closing the certain ports. Okay. So just for an example, my this web server is directly facing to the internet. and I'm hosting one website into my this web server. So instead of allowing the access to all the ports what I'm having in my this machine, what I can do, I can only allow the access to the public internet user to the port HTTPS, so they can access the website from this web server. However, if they do want to connect with this web server by using the RDP protocol in order to take the remote session, if they want to connect with the FTP protocol in order to access the files what we are having into this server, so that access is going to be blocked. And for the same, what we can do, we can use the network security group on the compute layer, and inside the network security group we can apply the inbound and outbound rule, and accordingly we can maintain the security of the at the compute layer over there. Then the next thing is application. So in the application, we all know that when we are having the data, so application is the thing where we are consuming the data. So the application layer security ensure the thing that whatever the application you are using is secure and free of the vulnerability. So because if there is any breach into the application, the attacker can have directly access to the data. So in that case, the security for the application is very important. So in the application layer of defense in that, we are maintaining the security for the application itself. That's okay. Then the data comes up in the line. So in the very left, in the main desk, we are having the main thing what we need to protect, that is going to be known as a data. And for protecting the data, we can have the different options are available. We can set up the encryption on the data. We can set up the different access control levels onto the data in order to secure that data over there. That's fine. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in the defense in depth. Now, moving ahead to the next concept, that is talking about the CIA triad over there. So, if I'm talking about the CIA in here, so that is known as a confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So, the CIA is not a Microsoft term. It means that if we are talking about the CIA in the SC-900 course, then that is not a Microsoft model, but that is the common model for all the security professionals over there, which they need to use. And why they are using? First of all, if I'm talking about the confidentiality, so that is the term that refer to the need to keep confidential the sensitive data such as the customer information, the password, financial data. So when we are having that data present with us, so what we are doing, we are encrypting that data in order to keep that data secure. But the important thing is that whenever we are encrypting that specific data, we need to use some encryption keys over there. So in that case, we need to keep that uh, encryption key secure as well, because if someone is having the access over to the keys, then they can easily decrypt the data. So the confidentiality is the most visible part of security. We can clearly see the need of sensitive data like keys, password, and other secret to be kept confidential over there. So that is the thing what we are having inside the confidentiality. Now the integrity comes up in the line. So that is the term that refers to keeping the data or message correct. So for an example, when you are sending an email message and you want to be sure that the message received is the same as the message you sent, or we can say that when you store the data in a database, you want to be sure that the data you retrieve is the same as the data you store over there. So in that case, we are setting up the encryption for securing the data. So encryption is the method that keeps the data confidential, but you must then be able to decrypt that data so that it's the same as before it was encrypted. So the integrity is only having the confidence that the data has not been tampered or altered after you saved that data. Then the availability comes up in the line. So the term availability refers to making the data available to those users who need it. For an example, you are having an organization that is having some customer data, and you need to keep that data secure by encrypting that data. But at the same time, that data must also be available to the employees who are dealing with the specific customer. So while it might be more secure to store the data in an encrypted format, and employees need access to decrypt the data over there. So that is the CIA model what we have to discuss in here. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the next concept. So that concept is known as a zero trust model. That's fine. So the zero trust model is something that says that everything is on an open and untrusted network, even resources behind the firewall of corporate networks. So in the previous scenarios, what we know, like if we are having the access to the things, and if we are trying to access the resources from the firewall behind the corporate network, so in that case, in that case we are assuming that thing secure. But the zero trust model says that uh, everything is on open and untrusted network. That's fine. And the zero trust model operates on the principle, and the principle is known as a trust no one and verify everything over there. That's fine. So attackers' ability to bypass the conventional access control is ending any illusion, and credential security strategies are sufficient, but no longer trusting the integrity of the corporate network, security is strengthened over there. That's fine. So in this practice, this means that we no longer assume that the password is only sufficient to validate the user. So we can add the multi-factor authentication to provide the additional checks. Instead of granting the access to all devices on the corporate network, users are allowed access only to the specific application or the data that they need. So zero trust methodology is always work on this principle, that trust no one and verify everything. And based on that, we are having the three guiding principles are present for the zero trust model. The first one, that is known as a verify explicitly. Next one is known as a least privilege access, and the another one is known as a assume breach. So if I'm talking about the first one, that verify explicitly, so it will always authenticate and authorize based on the available data point, including the user identity, including the user location, including the device or the service or workload data classification and different anomalies. So previously what we are doing, we are just making a login by using the username and the password. In the verify explicitly, it says that the username and password is not enough in order to prove the identity over there. If you do want to uh, authenticate yourself properly, then in that case you have to provide your identity again and again. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to provide some another authentication. Once the first factor authentication has been done, then you have to go through with the multi-factor authentication in order to prove your identity again, that yes, I am the authenticated one who is trying to access the specific application and the resource that is provided by the organization. That's fine. Then the least privilege access comes up in the line. So in the least privilege access, we are limiting the user access with just in time and just enough access, and risk-based adaptive policy that and data protection in order to protect both the data and the productivity itself. So for an example, if I'm having this administrator role enabled with me and I'm going to the leave for some time, and on that time I don't want to give anyone access to reset the password for the users. So in that case, instead of giving them the whole user administrator role or the global administrator role, what I can do, I can give them the permission to enable the password reset administrator role whenever it is required, and based on that we can create a just in time access over there. So on that time the role is required, then user can enable the role for that specific period of time, and then after it goes expire for the same. So that is how we can maintain the proper security for our organization by using the least privilege access model over there. Then the third guiding principle is known as the assume breach. And in this specific area, we are segmenting the network for accessing the devices, and segment access by the network, by the user, device, and application. So we can use the encryption to protect the data, and based on that, we can run the analytics and detect the threat to improve the security. So even if you are accessing the resources from the secure area, then after you need to provide the authentication details over there. That's fine. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in the guiding principles over there. So in the zero trust model, all the elements work together in order to provide the end-to-end security over there. Then in the zero trust model, we are having the six elements are the foundational pillar of the zero trust model. So the first one, that is security. Sorry, identity. My apologies. So identity may be the users, it may be the services, or it may be the devices. So when an identity attempt to access any resource, it must be verified the strong authentication and follow the least privilege access model. So for an example, in my organization, I'm having one application available. Let me go back in here, and into that specific application I do want to give the access to the user. So a identity could be an user, it could be a user. So whenever users try to authenticate with that application by using the username and the password, then after user must have to provide their identity again by one of the strong again authentication method that is known as a multi-factor authentication. So that is how we can work with the identities in here. Then the devices comes up in the picture. So because the devices is having the data, so the devices can create a large attack surface over there, because all the data is going to be flow by the devices over there. So we can run the monitoring over to the devices, we can run the health check and compliance related thing in order to protect our devices over there. Then the applications comes up. So the applications are the way that data is consumed, and this includes the discovering all application being used, sometimes called the shadow IT, because not all the applications in the organization is going to be managed centrally. So this pillar also include the managing permission and the access towards the different applications what we are having. Then when it comes up to the data, so for protecting the data should be classified, the data should be labeled, and it should be encrypted based on its different attributes what we are having. And in that case, the security efforts are ultimately about protecting the data, and we can protect the data like we are ensuring the thing that whenever data leaves the devices, the data is safe. Whenever we are having the data saved, the data at rest, at that time the data is safe. Then the infrastructure comes up in the line. So that doesn't matter where our workload is running, it could be on the on premises or it could be on the on cloud as well, and we need to secure that infrastructure. So to improve the security, we can assess for the version, we can assess for the configuration, we can enable the just in time access to the hardware, and this allows you to automatically block and flag the risky behavior and take the proactive actions on the same. That's fine. Then the network pillar comes up in the line, and the network should be segmented, including in the deeper in network microsegmentation, and also the real-time threat protection, end-to-end encryption. We can enable the monitoring, and also we can see the analytics based on the DAC. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in the zero trust model as three different guiding principle: verify explicitly, least privilege access, and assume breach, and also in the zero trust methodology, we are having the 6 different foundational pillars like identity, devices, application, and data infrastructure or the networks in here. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the encryption in here. So the encryption is the way what we are using in order to keep our data secure. It means that when we are using the encryption, so that is known as a process. That is the process by which we can make the data unreadable and unusable to the unauthorized viewers over there. So just for an example, if I am typing here, if I'm writing here like 2, 3, 4. So for all of you, it is known as a number 2, number 3, and number 4. But in my case, what I think that I am arranging the alphabet into this order. So as per that, the second alphabet is going to be the B, third alphabet is going to be the C, and fourth alphabet is going to be the D. So that is the thing what I do want to write in here. So what I did, I changed the information type, and then tag data is unreadable and unusable for unauthorized user. So for example, if I do want to give some message like my message is AB, so instead of writing this thing into the alphabet, I can type 1 2, then I can send it to the person along with the key that you have to arrange the numbers according to the alphabetical order. Then the user can decrypt it with the 1 2 is equal to AB, and other user is assuming that this is written 1 2 in here. So that is the one way, that is the type of the encryption. So when we encrypt the data, so we are having the 3 different situations are there when we encrypt the data. So we can encrypt the data at rest. It means that the data at rest is the data that is stored on the physical device such as a server, and it may be stored in a database or it may be stored in a storage account over there. So in that case, whenever we are encrypting the data, when the data is stored somewhere, so that thing is known as a data encryption of data at rest, and that ensures the data is unreadable without the keys and the secrets that need to the decrypt the data. So for an example, if an attacker obtain a hard drive with the encrypted data and then have access to the encryption key, then in that case the data would be unreadable for that specific user or attacker over there. That's fine. Then the second type of encryption, what we can do, or we can say the second thing, second space where we can set up the encryption, that is encryption of data in transit. So in that case, if we are talking about the data in transit, so it means that the data is moving from one location to another location. So such as across the internet through a private network, the secure transfer can be handled by several different layers, and it could be done by the encrypting the data at the application layer before sending it over a network. So in that case, the HTTPS is an example of the encryption in transit, that is secure web communication over there. So encrypting the data in transit protect it from the outside observer and provide the mechanism to transmit the data while limiting the risk of the exposure over there. Then we are having the next type of encryption place available, that is encryption of data in use. So whenever using the data, we are using the data, at that time we can also encrypt the data, and when the use is over, then also the data is encrypted once again. Now, these all are the different things where we can use the encryption. We can use the encryption of data at rest. We can use the encryption of data in transit. We can use the encryption of data in use. Now, then after we are having the another type of encryption available like symmetric and asymmetric encryption. So in the symmetric encryption, the encryption is using the same key, and that is going to be a shared key in order, my apologies, in order to encrypt and decrypt the data over there. But in the asymmetric, there we are having the key pairs are available, the public key and the private key pair that is going to use for encrypting and decrypting the data over there. So that is the two different way how do we go ahead and encrypt and decrypt the data. That's fine. Now let's just move ahead with the next concept, and that concept is known as a hashing. So hashing is totally different from the encryption. Hashing uses the algorithm in order to convert the original text to the unique fixed length hash value, and in the each time the same text is hashed using the same algorithm, the same hash value is produced over there. That hash can be used as a unique identifier of its associated data. So why I said that the hashing is different from the encryption? Because in the hashing we are not using the keys over there, and hash values is not then decrypted back to the original. So why we are using the hashing, so hashing is used to store the passwords over there. So when a user enters their password, the same algorithm that created the stored hash create a hash of the entered password, and this is compared to the stored hash version of the password. If they match, the user has entered the password correctly, and a hash password is more secure than the storing plain text password over there. But the important thing is that the hashing algorithm are also known to the hacker because the hash functions are deterministic. The same input produce the same output. So hackers can do a brute force attack by hashing the password for every matched hash they know, the actual password. To mitigate this risk, the passwords are often salted. This refers to adding a fixed length random value to the input hash function in order to create the unique hashes for every input. And as a hacker can't know the salt value, the hash password are more secure over there. That's fine. So now here, if I'm opening up my portal, so let me open up my browser in here, and here you can see if I go online hash generator, and here you can see in MD5 hash generator and this hash generator. If I type a case that is SC-900 class, so if I click on the generate, so in the MD5 hash, here you can see this is going to be the hash value for this string called SC-900, and this is the SHA1 hash value over there. So if I do want to copy this, and let me see that detect hash algorithm online. So in the hash analyzer tool, if I put this specific hash what I have copied, let me click on the hash thing. So here you can see this is the SHA1 or SHA128. This is the bit length, this is the character length, and character length is going to be this one. So that is how we can see the different hash types over there. So let me go ahead into this. Let me copy this MD5 hash, and now let me put that hash in here and click on the analyze. So now here you can see this is going to be MD5 or MD4 hash. So as of now, decrypting this hash is possible because the salt value is not added over there. But if the chat salt value is added over there, then it's not really easy to decrypt that specific hash over there. That's fine. So that is the way how we can see the hashes in here. And whenever we are putting up the password for the user, then passwords are always going to save into a hashed banner over there. That's fine. Now let's just move ahead with the compliance concepts in here. So in here, the government agencies and industries groups have issued some regulations in order to help protect and govern the use of the data. So, from personal and financial information to data protection and privacy, the organization can be accountable for making the dozens of the regulations to be compliant. And here we are having few important concepts are there in terms of to relate the data compliance. So the first one is the data residency. So when it comes to compliance data residency, so regulation govern the physical location where the data can be stored and how and when it can be transferred, how and when it can be processed, and how and when it can be accessed internationally. So these regulations can differ significantly depending on the jurisdiction area over there. That's okay. Now, the next thing comes up in the line that is data sovereignty. So that is the another important consideration that is known as a data sovereignty. The concept of the data, particularly the personal data, is subject to the laws and the regulation of the country of the specific region in which it's physically collected, held, or processed. So this can add a layer of complexity when it comes to compliance because the same piece of data can be collected in one location, stored in another, and processed in still another. So making it subject to laws from different countries and region, we are using the data sovereignty option. Then we are having the data privacy. So it is something that is providing the notice and being the transparent about the about the collection, processing, use, and sharing of personal data are the fundamental principle of privacy law and the regulation. So private data means any information related to an identified natural person. So the privacy law previously referred as the PII or personally identifiable information, but the laws have expanded the definition to any data that is directly linked or indirectly linked back to a person. So organizations are subject to and must operate consistent with the multitude of the laws, regulations, code of conduct, industry specific standard, and compliance standard governing data privacy over there. That's okay. So that is all about the lesson one in here. Now let's go ahead with the lesson number two and just talk about the authentication and the authorization in here. So authentication is something that is the process of proving that person who say they are. So the authentication is only proving your identity and how we are providing our identity. So we are providing our identity by authenticating ourselves with the username and password. So just for an example, if someone purchases an item with a credit card, they may be required to show an additional form of identification. This proves that they are the person whose name appears on the card. In example, the user may show a driving license that serves as a form of the authentication and proves their ID. So when you want to access the computer device, you will encounter a similar type of authentication. You may get asked to enter the username and the password. So the username is correct that who you are, but by itself it's not enough to grant you the access. So when you combine with the password, which that only that user should know, it allows the access to your system. The username and the password together are a form of the authentication over there. That's okay. And this is going to be the short form of the authentication. Then the authorization comes up in the line. So once you authenticate a user, or you will need to decide where they can go, what they are allowed to see and touch. So this process is known as a authentication. So suppose you want to spend the night in a hotel, the first thing what you will do is go the reception to start the authentication process after the receptionist has verified who you are given the key card can go to your room. So think of the key card is the authorization process, and the key card will only let you open the door and elevator you are permitted to access, such as for your hotel room. So for example, in your hotel you are having the multiple rooms are there, and you are get the key card for room 01. So by using that specific card, you only will able to authorize to enter the room 1 of that specific hotel over there. So in the cyber security terms, the authorization determines the specific level of access or a specific permission to an authenticated person has to your data and the resources over there. And this is going to be the short form of the authorization itself. That's fine. Then now moving ahead to the next concept, that is talking about the identity as a security parameter. So in that case, the identity has become the new security parameter that enables organization to secure their assets, because the enterprise security needs to adapt to this new reality. The security parameter can no longer be viewed as the on-premises network. Now it's extended to the different software as a service application, business critical workload, the personal devices that employees are using to access the corporate devices or corporate resources, we can say, like bring your own device while working from the home, the unmanaged devices used by the partners and the customer while they are interacting with the corporate data and collaborating with the employee, the IoT devices installed throughout your corporate network and inside the customer location itself. So in that case, the identity we are using as a primary security parameter over there. So an identity is how someone is something can be verified and authenticated, and it may be associated with the user, it may be associated with the application, it may be associated with the device or the other things over there. So if I'm talking about the four different pillars of the identity infrastructure, so first of all, the administration comes up in the line, and the administration is about the creating the identity, manage the identity for the user, for the devices, and for the services. So as an administrator, you are going to manage how and under what circumstances the characteristic of identities can change. It could be created, it could be updated, or it could be deleted over there. Then the authentication comes up in here. So authentication pillars tell the story of how much assurance of a particular identity is enough. In other words, we can say that how much does an IT system need to know about an identity to have the sufficient proof that they are really are who they say they are. Means if I'm saying that I'm Ayush and I'm authenticating to the same resource, so I need to provide my authentication by giving up my username and the password over to that application. Then the authorization comes up, and the authorization pillar is about processing the incoming identity data to determine the level of access an authenticated person or service has within the application or service that if we want to access. So authorization is uh, the set of the specific permission that is going to be assigned to the specific user. Then the auditing comes up in the line. So auditing says that that is the pillar that is tracking who does what, when, where, and how. And auditing also include the in-depth reporting, alert, and different governance identities over there. That's fine. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in this slide in here. Now, just talking about the modern authentication and the role of the identity provider. So the modern authentication is an umbrella term for the authentication and authorization method between the client and a server. Why we are saying that? Because if you are working with the different things over there, so the authentication is a role of the identity provider, and identity provider creates, maintains, and manage the identity information, while we are offering the authentication services, authorization services, and auditing services over there. So with the modern authentication, all services including the of the services are supplied by a central identity provider. Information that's used to authenticate the user with the same server is stored and managed by the centrally by the identity provider. With a central identity provider, organizations can establish authentication and the different authorization policies over there. They can monitor the user behavior, and also they can identify the suspicious activity and reduce the malicious attacks over there. That's fine. Then after that we are having the capability for the single sign-on. So that is the another fundamental capability of the identity provider and modern authentication is the support for the single sign-on. So with the single sign-on option, the user logs in once, and that credential is used to access multiple application or resources when you set up the single sign-on between the multiple identity providers. So that is called as a federation. If I'm talking about the Azure Active Directory, so in the Microsoft uses the Azure Active Directory. Oh, let me go back in here. So in the Microsoft, the Azure Active Directory is known as an example of the cloud-based identity provider in here. That's fine. Now, moving ahead with the next thing that is talking about the concepts of directory service and Active Directory. So, when we are talking about the Active Directory, so in a context of a computer network in on-premises scenario, a Active Directory or the directory is a hierarchical structure that stores the information for the different objects what we are having the network, like user, printer, groups, and shares over there. And the directory service stores the directory data and also makes it available for the network users over there. That's fine. Then if I'm talking about the Active Directory, so Active Directory Domain Services is a set of directory services that is developed by the Microsoft as a part of the Windows Server 2000 operating system for the on-premises domain-based networks over there. So best service of this kind is Active Directory Domain Services, and it stores the information about the member of the domain, including the different devices, including the users. It could verify the credential and define their access right over there, and in which server we are running the specific role called Active Directory Domain Services. That server is known as a domain controller or DC over there. That's fine. So the ADDS is a central component in the organization, and with on-premises IT infrastructure, the ADDS gives organization the ability to manage the multiple on-premises infrastructure components over there. However, the the Active Directory domain services not support the mobile devices as applications directly over there, and it will require a modern authentication methods over there. That's fine. Then when we are working with the Azure Active Directory, so in that case, the Azure Active Directory is the evolution of the identity and access management solution that is providing the organizations as a identity as a service solution for all their application across the cloud and on-premises things over there. The important thing is that if I'm talking about the difference between the Active Directory domain services and Azure Active Directory, so Active Directory Domain Services is having the hierarchical structure. We can divide it into the different organizational units, and based on that, we can group the users, devices, and all. However, the Azure Active Directory is having the flat structure over there. We cannot manage the mobile devices by using the Active Directory domain services. However, we can use the Azure Active Directory for managing the mobile devices as well. If I'm talking the authentication method, so the Active Directory domain services is using the Kerberos and NTLM as an authentication method. However, the Azure Active Directory Azure AD is using the open authentication and different authentication methods over there. That's fine. So that is a quick difference between the Active Directory domain services and the Azure Active Directory. However, if we do want to set up a hybrid scenario between the Active Directory domain services and Azure Active Directory, so we can do that easily. Now moving ahead with the next concept, that is the concept of the federation. So in this federation concept, we can see the different scenario what we are having in the screen. So here you can see that in my domain B, I am having one identity provider domain B and another identity provider A. So here I am having the domain b.com and here I am having the domain a.com. In the b.com, I am having one user that is Ayush at the rate b.com, and that user wants to access the website. So without having the concept of the federation, what we need to do, we need to go to the domain or directly or identity provider A, and then I need to create one user here that is Ayush at the rate a.com. Then I can have access to this specific website. But by using the concept of the federation, what we can do, we can enable the trust between the identity provider B and identity provider A, and in that case the identity provider A trusts to the identity provider B. So whenever this user tries to authenticate, this user tries to access the website, then the identity provider B trusts to the identity provider A, and user is going to use their existing credentials, that is Ayush at the rate b.com, and then user can have access to the website itself. So that is the thing which is known as a federation. So when the user signs into the website can trust the user credential and allow the access. And how this happened? Because we have set up the trust relationship between the identity provider A and the identity provider B, and that concept is known as a federation over there. That's fine. So that is all what we have to discuss in this module number 1 of SC-900. That's okay. Now, before moving ahead to works with the next module number 2, please let me know everyone if you have any pending queries available for the module number 1. All right. Thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end. Now, I am moving ahead with the next module. So let me just open up the PowerPoint slides for the module number 2 in here. And the module number 2 is talking about the concepts those are related to the Azure Active Directory. So now let me open up the slides in here, and here you can see the different capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory, part of Microsoft Intra over there. Next, okay. Then if I'm talking about the very first thing, that is the Azure Active Directory. So first of all, we need to know about the Microsoft Entra over there. So the Microsoft Entra is the product family that encompasses all of Microsoft identity and access capabilities, including the Microsoft Azure Active Directory itself. So what is the Microsoft Azure Active Directory? So the Azure Active Directory is a central cloud-based identity and access management service, or we can say that the Azure Active Directory is a central identity provider for all the different Microsoft services what we are having, and it is giving the organizations capability to enable their employees to and guests to sign in and access the resources they need, because as we discussed in the identity provider, the primary works for the identity provider is authorizing, authentication, auditing, and the administration. So the Azure Active Directory is also providing the authentication capability to their users as well. By using the Azure Active Directory, you can use a single identity system for their cloud and for their on-premises application. But for the same, you need to set up a hybrid setup between the Azure Active Directory on-premises Active Directory, and by establishing the hybrid setup between the on-premises Active Directory and Azure Active Directory, you will be able to get the access over to the applications together. It is also protect the user identities and credentials to maintain the organization's access governance requirement. And also each Microsoft Office 365, Microsoft 365, Azure Dynamics 365 online subscription automatically uses an Azure AD Connect. How? Let me just tell you. Because whenever you are using those subscriptions over there, so in that case, the Microsoft is using the Azure Active Directory as a central identity provider for the different Azure products what we are having. It could be a Microsoft 365, it could be a Dynamics 365, Power Platform, or Office 365 itself. So for managing and maintaining the user, we can use that specific thing in here. That's fine. Let me just tell you, there are how many ways are there in order to work with the identities in here. So just for an example, if I am moving back in here and let me open the aad.portal.azure.com. So that is the URL which we can use in order to access the Azure Active Directory portal in here. So let me select this one, and here I'm going to type my username, and this is going to be the password for me. Let me type the password in here. Now here you can see this is the one way for accessing the Azure Active Directory in here, and that is the main Azure Active Directory portal. From in here we can go ahead and manage the Azure Active Directory. So from in this area we can see the user signing detail, we can see the users, we can see the different all services what we are having present into the Azure Active Directory. However, if we go to the portal that is called admin.microsoft.com, so from in here you can see if we are going to create a user in Microsoft 365 in Office 365, then that user is creating into the Azure Active Directory behind the scene. So let me just tell you in here, let me go to the user section, as well as I can open one more portal that is going to be the portal.azure.com. That's fine. And now from my Azure portal here, we can go to the Active Directory, Azure Active Directory. And let me do one thing. Now, here I'm on my user section. Let me go to the user section in here as well. Now, what I'm going to do, let me create a new user in here in my Microsoft 365 Admin Center. This time I'm going to add a user, and the name of my user is going to be mm, hmm, Karan this time. Okay, let me type the username. Let me go with the password option. So let me create the password for this user, and this is going to be the password. As of now, I don't want to assign the product license to the user, or let me assign that license to the user, and then let me go with the finish hierarchy. So now here you can see that I have created a user current in my Microsoft 365 admin center, and here in the user list I can see my user, whatever the user I have just created with the name current. If I go back to my this area and let me refresh the page, so here you can see my user current is available in here. And here you can see my user is present. Same as like that, if I go back to in here in the Azure portal and I refresh, then you can see my user current is present in here. So the Microsoft is using the Azure Active Directory as a central identity provider behind the scenes over there. Now moving ahead and talking about the different type of identities what we are having presenting to it. So we are having the users, and In the Azure Active Directory, you can manage the different type of identities. It could be a user, it could be a service principal, it could be a managed identity, or it could be a devices over there. So in the users, we are normally having the representation of the user and the identity that is managed by the Azure Active, that is having the Azure Active Directory. So for example, if I'm having my employees in my company, if I'm having the guest to which we want to give the access to the resources, so that is the thing which is known as a user over there. That's fine. Then when it comes up the device, so that is a piece of hardware like mobile device, laptop, server, printer, and we can set the device identity in the different way in Azure Active Directory to determine the property like who owns the device. So we are having the three different type of devices types are available in here. The very first type of the device type what we are having, that is known as a Azure AD joint device. That's okay. So what is the Azure AD joint device? So let me just talk about the same thing in here. Just give me a quick moment. Or we can say that the Azure AD registered devices. Azure AD registered devices. So the Azure AD registered devices are those devices who are signed in with the personal Microsoft account over there. So those devices are known as the Azure AD registered devices. Then we are having the Azure AD joint devices. So those devices are the corporate devices, and in those devices, the accounts are logged in as a work account over there. So those devices are known as a Azure AD joint devices, and those devices are owned by the organization over there. And in those devices, the account is signed in. That is the work account. And then we are having the hybrid Azure AD joint device. So it can be the Windows devices 7, 8, 10 over there, and devices that are hybrid Azure AD joined are owned by the organization, and they are signed with an domain that is belonging to the Active Directory domain services for the organization, and and those devices are exist into the on-premises or into the on-cloud scenario as well. That's fine. Now the next thing comes up in the line that is known as a service principle in here. So what is the meaning of the service principle? So if I'm talking about the service principle, so that is a security identity that is used by the applications or the service to access the specific Azure resource. So in that case we are having the thing as an identity over there. So for an application to delegate its identity and access function to Azure AD, the application must first be registered with Azure AD, and the process of registering the application or the creating the global unique app object ID, which is stored in your tenant over there. So a service principal is created in each tenant where the application is used and references the global unique object ID. The service principal defines what the app can do in the tenant, such as who can access the app and what resources the app can access over there. That's okay. Now the managed identity comes up in the line. So if I'm talking about the managed identity in here, so managed identity are the type of service principal a managed n- that are automatically managed in the Azure Active Directory and eliminate the need of developers to manage the credential. So managed identity provide an identity for application to use when connecting the Azure resource that support the Azure AD authentication, and it can be used without any extra cost over there. So what is the benefit of using the managed identity? And for any Azure service that support the Azure AD authentication, can use the managed identity to authenticate to another Azure service. For example, accessing the key vault. For example, the application developer who want to build an application using the Azure resources such as VM that access by access by any Azure resource that support the Azure authentication. So we can do the authentication without having to manage the credential, and we can use the managed identity without any extra cost over there. So there are two different type of managed identities are present. The first one that is known as a user assigned identity, and the next one that is going to be known as a system assigned identity. So if I'm talking about the system assigned identity, let me go back in here. So the first type of managed identity is going to be the system assigned identity. So some Azure services allow you to enable a managed identity directly on the service instance. So when you enable the system assigned identity, an identity is created in Azure Active Directory that's tied to the lifecycle of the service instance. So when the resource is deleted, Azure automatically deletes the identity for you. So by design, only the Azure resources can use identity to request token from the Azure Active Directory. Then we are having the user identity. User assigned managed identity is present. So you may also create the managed identity as a standalone Azure resource. And once you create a user managed identity, you can assign it to one or more instance of Azure service. So with the user assigned managed identity, the identity is managed separately from the resource that they use. So if you delete the resource, then the managed identity is not going to be the deleted over there. That's fine. So that is the thing, that are the different identity types what we are having present into the Azure Active Directory. Now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the different Azure Active Directory settings what we are having in here. That's fine. So let's jump up to the portal, and here I am on my portal. Let me close those tabs, and first of all, if I go to the portal.azure.com, portal.azure.com, and inside that specific area we can see the specific thing called Azure Active Directory. That's okay. And now in this Azure Active Directory, we can say the different properties of the Azure Active Directory, like we are having the name, the tenant ID, the primary domain, whatever the license I have assigned over to it. And inside that thing, we can see how many users I have as of now. I can see the groups, applications, and the devices. Now, if I'm talking about the user settings option in here, so in the Azure Active Directory, we can go to this option called user settings. And inside this user setting area, we are having all the settings are available which we can manage for the user, related to the app registration, related to the tenant creation, related to the admin portal access and all. Now the thing comes up in the mind that that's okay, that all the user settings which we can manage, but if we do want to manage the user, if we do want to create the user, then how do we do that? So for the same, here you can see we are having those user sections are present, and if we do want to create a new user, then we can simply go to the new user option, and then we can create a new user. So for example, if we want to create a new user, then in that case, let me go ahead and type the new username. So the username is going to be Shubh this time, and then I need to provide the name. Then after here, I need to type the password, and the password is going to be this one this time. And let me go ahead and select the user's location. So I can select the user's location in here, and then I can go with the create option. So that is the way how we can go ahead and create a new user. So if I refresh my page, then in a few time I will be able to see my newly created user in here. Same as like that, if I'm having the user present into the different tenant and I do want to invite that specific user, so what we can do, we can go ahead and invite the external user from in here. And by using that specific option, invite external user, we can go ahead and invite that specific user to the organization. So for the same, what we need to do, we need to type the name. Oh, that's okay. So for example, the name is going to be Ayush Gmail, for example. Then in the email address, let me type the email address, that is uayush51@gmail.com. Then in the first name, I can type my name. And in the personalized message, I can type that, hi, please accept the invitation. And then let me go ahead and invite the user. So whenever we are inviting the user, in that case we are giving the user to invitation that they can come and access the resources and the application in my organization over there. That's okay. So now let me show you one thing. If I go to mail.google.com in here, so in here, let me click on the sign in, and I do want to make a sign in with the same account what I have entered, that is uayush51@gmail.com. Let me make a login into it. And let me go with the not now option. And then I'm expecting one invitation email on my this account what I have just uh, clicked, and here you can see inside this one I am having the Microsoft invitation present, and this is the personalized message what I have shared. Let me go ahead and click onto this button. Then I need to provide the code, whatever the code I have received on my email again. So let me see the code, and the code is going to be 4502130. Let me copy this code, and I'm going to enter the code in here. If you guys do want to log in with the password, so you can use the password instead over there. That's okay, that's not a problem. Then it is asking for the consent that it will receive the GTech. This organization is allowing to receive your profile data, collect your log data activity, use your profile data and activity data. So then in that case, you have to provide the consent. When you accept it, then you will have access to the resources what we are having into this directory. So if I refresh this page, so here you can see that we are having one more user present with the same name in here. And as of now, if I have shared any application, then user will be able to see those applications in here. So as of now, I have not any application shared. As of now, I'm not having any group in here. So for the same, I will not be able to see those applications in here. So that is the way how do we go ahead and see the different users and invite the different users in here. So that is the one way. Now the question comes up that if we do want to invite the bulk user, then how do we do that? So for inviting the bulk users in here, what we can do, we can just simply go to the option, and whatever the option is, let me go ahead and go to the bulk create option. And in the bulk create option, I need to upload the file. So I'm already having one template file available with me. Let me open that file in here. And here I do want to make one small change. Instead of user 01 user 02, let me type uh, uh, account ACC01, for example, ACC02. And same as like that, I do want to make the changes in here. And in this specific area, let me type ACC01. And for the rest of the things, let me delete it and confirm it in here. And now here you can see my this file is created. Now what the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create those users in bulk. So let me close this file. I do want to upload this file in here, and from my downloads area, let me open this up, and then I'm going to submit it. So now you can see file uploaded successfully, and I can see the result of my batch operation. So here you can see my batch operation is completed. Let me go back to the GTech user, and if I'm going to refresh my page, then you can see that when I'm refreshing up my page here in the user section, I will be able to see all of those accounts, whatever the accounts I have created. So that is how we can go ahead and create the bulk user in Azure Active Directory. That's okay. So that is all about in here what we need to discuss in Azure AD settings. Now let's just talk about the external identities in Azure AD. So in the Azure AD, we are having the two different type of external identities are available, where we are talking about the B2B collaboration. So when we are collaborating and allowing the external users to access towards the applications in and the resources in my organization, so that is going to be known as a business to business B2B collaboration. However, when we are giving the customers capability to make a login to the organization by using their social accounts like Google, Microsoft, and Facebook itself. So in that case, that thing is going to be known as a business to customer access management over there. So these all are the two different type of identities what we are having into the Azure Active Directory. That's fine. Now let me go ahead and talk about the hybrid identities. So as I told that if we do want to synchronize our on-premises Active Directory objects with the Azure Active Directory, so that thing is also possible. So for an example, if I am having few users are present in my on-premises Active Directory like Shivam, Mayank, and Nub, I have those users present in my on-premises Active Directory, so that is going to be known as a local user as of now in my on-premises Active Directory. Then, for an example, if I am having few users are present in my Azure Active Directory like Rahul, Vivek, Rohan. So those users and those identities are known as a cloud identities over there. But when we are using the tool and the tool called the Azure AD Connect, and by using that tool, we are synchronizing the on-premises users towards my Azure Active Directory in order to give them access to the Office 365 and different SaaS applications what we are running over to the cloud, and then those users are synchronized to the Azure Active Directory. Then the user Shivam, Mayank, and nub is also present over to the Azure Active Directory. Then in the Azure Active Directory, those users are known as the hybrid identity over there. That's okay. So that is a common user identity for the authentication and authorization to all resources of the on-premises and cloud. So those users can have access to the resources, whatever the resources we are having in the on-premises, as well as those users can have access to the resources what we are having into the on cloud as well. But for the authentication of all the things we are having, the three different authentication methods are available. So whenever we are synchronizing the on-premises users towards the Azure Active Directory, then we are having the first authentication method is present, that is password hash synchronization. In that case, along with the user, the password hashes of the user is also synced to the Azure Active Directory. And whenever user is trying to authenticate over there, then all the authentication is going to be managed by the Azure Active Directory. Then we are having the another authentication method present, that is pass through authentication. And in the pass-through authentication, when user tries to access any resource, in that case, the authentication is going to be transferred to the on-premises Active Directory. So in that case, the Azure Active Directory transfer the authentication process to the on-premises Active Directory, and that is known as a pass-through authentication. Then we have a federated authentication present. So if you set up any separate server for managing the authentications over there, so that is the known as a federated authentication for the same. So these all are the concepts, those are related to the hybrid identities over there. That is all about the lesson number 1 in here. Now moving to the lesson number 2, that is talking about the multi-factor authentication. But before that, we need to talk about the next thing, that is known as a multi-factor authentication in here. So what is the multi-factor authentication? So, or what are the different authentication methods what we are having? So if I'm talking about the different authentication method, so we are having the passwords in place. So we can use the password, that is the most common form of the authentication, but we are having the multiple problems with them, especially when we are using it as a single factor authentication where only one form of authentication is used. So if they are easy enough to remember, they are easy for a hacker to compromise. So the strong passwords are not easily hacked by the user, and it's difficult to remember as well, and it also affects the user productivity when they forget their password, then they have to reset their password. Then we are having the second type of authentication method, that is phone based authentication. So in that case, the Azure really support two options for the phone based authentication, that is the SMS based authentication, and it can be a primary form of authentication with the SMS based sign in. So in that case, user don't need to know the username and password to access the application and the service. The user instead enter their registered mobile number, receive a text message with a verification code, and enter that in the sign in interface over there. Then it could be a voice call verification. User can also verify their identity via voice call as a secondary form of authentication during the MFA and during the self-service password reset thing. So with a phone call verification, an automatic voice call is made to the phone number registered to the user, and in order to complete the sign-in process, the user is prompted to press the pound key over there, and this is the hash key, we can say that, or this is going to be the pound key in that case in here. So let me go back, and the key is going to be this pound key over there. That's okay. Then we are having the different other authentication methods are available, like open authentication, like how the codes are generated in one-time password, software hardware tokens are available. So we are having the multiple password options are available, and also we can go with the passwordless thing, where we can use the Windows Hello, Microsoft Authenticator, and Fido2 security key as well. That's fine. Now let's just talk about the multi-factor authentication. So the multi-factor authentication is something that is used to provide your authenticity again. So once you have authenticated with the first factor authentication by giving your username and password, then multi-factor authentication requires more than one form of verification. So you are giving the authentication like something you know by providing your password, then you are authenticating yourself that by something you have. It could be your mobile phone code, or it could be your voice verification or SMS OTP verification, and then something you are. It means that it is verifying your identity by your biometric and by your retina scan over there. So in the multi-factor authentication, you have to provide your identity again and again in order to work with them. That's fine. Now let's jump up to the next concept, that is security default. So if you are using the free edition of Azure Active Directory, and if you are going to manage the basic set of identity security mechanism. You are very new to the security that is recommended by the Microsoft. So in that case, what you can do, you can go ahead and use the security default that is by default enabled for all. And you want, if you want to go with that, then you can have the basic security mechanism set up with your accounts, and after a specific period of time you must have to enable the multi-factor authentication over there. So that is totally up to you. If you do want to disable it, you can also do that, but there are special circumstances are there in which you have to disable the security default. By default, it is not recommended to turn off the security default because it is giving you the proper security for your resources if you are very new to the security. That's okay. Now moving ahead and talking about the self-service password reset. So you can use the self-service password reset in order to provide your user capability for configuring themselves as a self-service password reset option. So if you want to change the setting to accommodate the new security requirement, so you can configure the self-service password reset. If you do want to reduce the number of call all the requests to the IT help desk for resetting the password, you want to less the workload over there. So you can enable the self-service password reset option for the user. It will also increase the productivity to allowing the user to return to the work faster. In which scenarios the user can work with the password reset. When user do want to change their password, then they can go with the self-service password reset. When user want to reset their password, they forget their password, then they can go with that specific option. When user account is locked by some situations and user do want to unlock their account, then what they can do, they can use the self-service password reset option over there. That's fine. Then what are the different authentication methods what we are having into the SSPR? So user can go with the mobile app notification option, user can go with the mobile app code, email, mobile phone, office phone, and security question. So these all are the different authentication methods are available which can be used by the user in order to work with the self-service password reset in here. That's okay. So now let's jump up to the portal and see how the SSPR works. Let me close this tab, and from in here you can see that I'm having the multiple users are present. Now, if I do want to see the working of a self-service password reset, so let me copy the user principal name for my account one, or what I can do, I can copy the user principal name for my user Mayank or the user Karan. Let me copy this up, and now here I'm trying to make a login with my this user. So let me go ahead and make a login with this user. And let me go to that specific user with that specific user, and here this is going to be the password. And now here you can see my user is successfully logged into the portal. Now let me go with the sign out option in here, and then after I'm going to select the specific user. Let me select the forward my password option, and here I'm going to enter the captcha. And when I'm trying to reset the password for this user, here you can see that I'm getting this error that we are sorry, we can't reset your own password. You can't reset your own password because the password reset is not turned on for your account. You must contact your administrator to turn on the password for reset your account. That's fine. So now if we do want to enable the self-service password reset for the user, then we need to go to the Azure Active Directory, and in here you can see the option for the password reset. And here you can see I have configured the self-service password reset for the selected users, whatever the users we are having in the SSPR group, they can have option present to reset their own password. That's okay. And here I'm having my authentication method. I need to use one authentication method in order to reset the password, and that is going to be the mobile phone. That's okay. Then let me go with the another option, registration. So after every 180 days, user have to provide their authentication detail again. Now let me do one thing in my Azure Active Directory. Let me go to the groups in here. And in the groups, let me select the SSPR, and I am going to add my member, and let me add the current as a member of my SSPR group. That's okay. So now here you can see I have added my member, a new member in the SSPR group with the name Karan. That's fine. Now let me again try to make a login with the user Karan. Okay. Enter the password. And then now here you can see the more information required. Let me go with the next because I have added the user in the SSPR group, and SSPR is configured in my Azure Active Directory. Then user Karan is going to provide the authentication methods, additional authentication methods we can say. So let me provide the same. And here, let me select the country, and this is going to be the contact number. And I'm expecting one code on my mobile phone which I need to enter in here in order to verify my phone number for the multi-factor authentication. And the code is 744537. 744537. Let me go with the next. And then after, when the verification is done, now you can see my user is able to log into the portal again. Now I'm going to try the SSPR for my user. So let me again open up the portal.azure.com. That's okay, no problem. And let me make a logout from the portal. And this is going to be the URL again. And now let me select the user current. I can go with the forget password option. Here I need to enter the captcha. Let me go with the next. And here I need to enter my mobile number. Let me go with the next. And here I need to enter the verification code in order to reset the password for the user current. And the code is 455564. Let me go with the next. And now you can see I'm having the option for entering the new password. So, and let me go with the finish option. So now here you can see the password has been reset for the user current. So that is how we can work with the self-service password reset option. That's fine. The important thing is that for configuring the self-service password reset, you must have the Azure AD premium license available with you. Now moving ahead with the next concept. So that is talking about the password protection management capabilities in Azure. So by default, the Azure is using the global bank password list over there. that is having the bank password available, and by using that specific list, what you can do, you can reduce the risk of users setting the weak password. So Azure AD password protection detect and block the known weak password and their variants, and can also block other weak terms that are specific to your organization. With Azure AD password protection, default global bank password lists are automatically applied to all users in Azure AD Connect to support your own business and security need. And you can define increase in a custom bank password list over there, and you can protect yourself with the password spray attacks over there as well. As well as you can set up the hybrid security for the same, and in the hybrid security, what you can do, you can apply those things to your on-premises scenario as well. That's fine. So that is all what we have to discuss in here, and that is all about the lesson number 2. Now let's just talk about the access management in here. So as we know that the conditional access, so based on the conditional access, it is getting the signal based on the user and their location, based on the from which device the user is trying to make a login, from which application user is trying to make a login, what is going to be real-time risk. Based on all the signals from where the user is trying to access the resource, application, and the data for the organization, it is going to allow the access for the user, it is going to block the access, and whenever it is required, it is going to enforce the multi-factor authentication in order to provide the access towards the application and the data what we are having. So in the conditional access policy, we are having those things are present as we discussed. And by using the conditional access policy, you can block the access, you can grant the access, you can create or set one or more condition before granting the access to the user. So now let's jump up to the portal and take a look over to the Azure AD conditional access policy. But the important thing is that for configuring the conditional access policy, you must have to disable the security default first, and you must have to use the Azure AD premium license in order to configure the conditional access policy. So now here you can see, let me go back to my portal, and from in here I can go to the security area, and in the security area I'm going to use the conditional access option, and let me create a new policy for my user current that I want to block Azure portal access from India location. So that's okay. Let me go to the user, and in the user, I do want to select the specific user called Karan. Let me save it. Then in the Cloud Apps or action, let me select the application, and which application I do want to select. That is going to be the Azure Management. Let me select it. And then in the conditions area, let me select the location, and in the selected location I do want to select the India location because I do want to block the Azure portal access from India location. Then in the access control, let me go ahead and click on the block in here. Let me select it. I am going to turn on and create it. So I have already configured the security default as disable. That's why I will be able to use the conditional access policy. Let me just show you. From the Azure Active Directory, we can go to the properties area, and in the properties area of Azure Active Directory, we can go to the manage security default option, and from in here we can disable and enable the security default. That's okay. So as of now, I have disable the same thing. Now let me go back to the portal and try to test the configuration. So here I'm opening up the private window, and let me quickly open up the portal.azure.com, and this is going to be the username, and this is going to be the password. for user Karan. Let me make a login. And now here you can see you cannot access this right now. Your sign-in was successful but does not meet the criteria to access the resource. For example, you might be signing from a browser, app or location that is restricted by the admin. However, if I'm trying to open the office.com with the same user, let me go ahead and make a sign-in with my user Karan along with the password. Then you can see my user Karan can have access to the Office portal, but my user cannot access the Azure portal as I have set the conditional access policy over there. So that is how we can set up the different conditions in order to give the access user to the different services over there, whatever the services we are having. That's fine. Now let's go back to the presentation and talking about this concept that is talking about the Azure AD role. So Azure, in the Azure, we are having the two different type of roles are present. The first one that is Azure AD role and the next one that is role-based access control over there. So in the Azure AD role, we are having the different roles are present. Those are only available to manage the objects, whatever the objects we are having in the Azure Active Directory, like user, group, password, license, administrative unit, and all. And apart from that, we are having the role-based access controller also present. And we are using the role-based access control in order to give the permission to the users in order to manage the different resources what we are having, like virtual machine, storage, key vault, virtual network, and all. So that is the way how we can work with the role based access control things in here. That's fine. So if I'm moving back in here, so let me go back to the portal. And in the portal here you can see, if I go to the roles and the administrator, so these all the roles that are known as a Azure AD roles over there. And as of now I am having the global administrator role available in the Azure Active Directory, and we are having those roles are present as a Azure AD role. So there are some built-in roles are present, 60 built-in roles are present. If we do want to create a custom role, so we can go ahead and create a custom role from in here. If I'm talking about the role-based access control, so in the resource area, we can select any one of the resource, we can select the subscription. And when we go to the access control area, then in the role assignment area, we can see these roles like owner, reader, contributor. So those roles are going to be known as a role based access control, where we are defining the permission to the user based on the specific role, whatever the role is assigned to the specific user in here. So that is the difference between the Azure AD role and the role-based access control. So if we do want, we can go ahead and create a custom roles as well. As well as if I'm talking about the role categories in here, so we are having the different categories are available, like few roles are present in Azure AD only, few roles are the service specific role, and few roles are cross service roles. So if I'm talking about the Azure AD specific role, so these role grant the permission to manage the resources within the Azure Active Directory only. For example, the user administrator role, application administrator role, groups administrator role over there. That's okay. Then if we are talking about the service specific roles, so for major Microsoft 365 service, Azure AD include built-in service specific role that grant permission to manage the feature within the service. For example, Azure AD built-in role for Exchange administrator, Intune administrator, SharePoint administrator, Teams administrator that can manage the feature with their respective services only over there. Then we are having the cross service role. So there are some roles within Azure AD that span the services. For example, Azure AD has security related role like security administrator that grant access across the multiple security service within the Microsoft 365. Similarly, we are having the compliance administrator role that you can use to manage the compliance related settings in Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal and Exchange and so on. So that is the different type of categories of the roles what we have present in the Azure area over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead with the next lesson, so that is talking about the identity protection and the governance capability of Azure Active Directory. So in the Azure Area Identity Governance option, it is giving the organization's capability to govern the identity lifecycle, govern the access lifecycle to the specific identity, secure the privileged access for the administration. So what actions can be completed for employees, business partner, and the vendor, and across the services and application, both on premises and in cloud. So it's intent to help the organization address the four key questions that is important. Which user should have access to which resource? What are those users doing with that access? Are there effective organizational controls for managing access? Can auditors verify that controllers are working or not? So if I'm talking about the identity life cycle, so that is managing the user identity life cycle. It is at a heart of identity governance. So when planning the identity life cycle management for the employees, so for example, many organizations works on the model that is join, move and leave over there. So what join, move, leave says that. So or when individual first join an organization, a new digital identity is created if one is not already available over there. So when an individual moves between the organizational boundary, more access the authorization may need to be added or removed to their digital identity. And when that user leaves the organization, the access needs to maybe removed and the identity no longer you to be required for other than the auditing purposes over there. So in general, the mapping the life cycle to an identity is about updating the access that the user need, whether through the integration with the HR system or through the user provisioning application. So the access life cycle is a process for managing the access through the user's organizational life and the level of access over there. That's fine. Now let's talk about the entitlement management thing in here. So the entitlement management is an identity governance feature that enable the organization to manage identity and access lifecycle at scale. The entitlement management automate the access, request workflow, access assignment, review, and expiration over the year. So the enterprise organization often face the challenges while managing the employee access to the resources, such as the group membership, such as the resource access over there. So for the same, they can go ahead and use the access reviews over there in order to manage the access for the users to the specific group, in order to manage the access to the user for the specific role over there. And by using the access review, they can ensure that the only right people have the right access to the resource, and they can use the same thing to review and manage the access for both the users and the guest users as well. That's fine. Then the terms of use comes in place. So we can use the terms of use that is giving the information to be presented to the user before they are trying to access the data and the application. And if they are declining the terms of use, then they cannot have access to that specific application. That ensures that user read the relevant disclaimer for the legal and compliance requirements over there. So how do we go ahead and manage those things in here? So if I am moving back in here to my browser, so from the Active Directory area, we can go to the option called Identity Governance. And from the Identity Governance section, we can have the different options are present for creating the access review and the terms of use itself. So if we do want to create a conditional access policy, based on the terms of use in order to provide the access to the user. So we can also go ahead and configure the conditional access policy with the terms of use as well. So as of now, we are working with the fundamental program of the security course. So that's why I'm not going to create that much things in here. But still, if you do want to configure those things, so from the Azure Active Directory you can select the identity governance option, and inside the identity governance option you are having both options are present for creating the access package, for creating the access review, for creating the terms of use itself. That's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation, and if I'm talking about the privileged identity management, so as we discussed the just in time access. So by using the privileged identity management feature, what we can do, we can use the just in time option in here. And by using the just in time option, what we can do, we can only provide the access to the user for the time the access is required. Apart from that, we can set up the time boundary, we can set up the approval, that if user wants to activate the specific role, then user must have to get the approval for the same. That's okay. Then if we do want to set up the notification, then we can also set up the notification for the same as like that. We can see the audit thing that we can download the full access history, that after activating the specific privilege role, what action is going to be what actions is performed by the specific user, and we can generate the report on the same. So that is something what we can see in the privileged identity management. And here you can see inside the identity governance area, we can see the privileged identity management configuration as well. And we can configure the PIM for the different Azure AD roles, as well as we can also configure the PIM for the different Azure resources as well. That's fine. Now let's just talk about the Azure AD identity protection in here. So if I'm talking about the Azure AD identity protection, so that will allow the organization to automate and detect the identity based risk. By using the same thing, you can investigate the risk by using the data, whatever the data you are having in the Azure portal. Sorry, you can also export the risk detection data to the third party utilities for the further analysis over the year. And we can categorize the risk into the low, medium, and high tier as well. And accordingly, we can calculate the sign-in risk and the user identity risk over there. So we are having the two different type of risk are present, the sign-in risk and the user risk. So whenever some mishappening is comes up with the sign-in risk, so that is known as a sign-in risk, and the next one is known as a user risk over there, where the changes and the mishappening happening after make a login by the user. And accordingly, it will provide us the three different type of report, like a risky user, risky sign-in, and risk detection over there. That's okay. So that is all about in this module number 2 as well. And if you guys are having any questions, so please you can go ahead and proceed with your queries. I'm really happy to answer all of them. And otherwise, we can continue with the module number 3 of SC-900 after a short break in here. All right, everyone. So thank you very much for the quick confirmations from your end. So here, now we are taking a quick short break for 10 minutes, and then we are moving ahead with the rest two modules of the course SC-900. That's okay. Okay, so once again, welcome back everyone after the quick break in here. So now we are going to work with the third module of this course called SC-900, and in this module we are going to talk about the security solution and the security capabilities of Microsoft. So now let's take have a look what are the first thing we are going to discuss in this specific module. So in this module, we are going to talk about the DDoS in here. So if I'm talking about the DDoS attack, so the aim of this attack is to overrun the resource on your applications and servers, making them unresponsive or slow for the genuine user. A DDoS attack will usually target any public facing endpoint that can be accessed through the internet over there. So if I'm talking about the most frequent type of DDoS attack are, so first of all, the most common attack what we are having is going to be known as a volumetric attack. And the volumetric attack is a type of attack. In this attack, these are the volume-based attack that flood the network with seemingly legitimate traffic that is overwhelming the available bandwidth. Legitimate traffic can't get through. These type of attack are measured in the bit per second. Then we are having the another type of attack is present that is known as a protocol attack. Okay, and the protocol attack render a target that is inaccessible by exhausting the server resource with the false protocol request that exploit the weakness in layer 3 over the network layer and the transport layer protocol. So these type of attacks are typically measured in a packet per second. Then we are having the resource layer attacks are present. That is going to be known as a resource layer attack. And these attacks target the web application packet to disrupt the transmission of data between the host. So these are the most frequent type of DDoS attacks are present. Now, if I'm talking about the DDoS protection, so the DDoS protection is a service designed to help and protect your application and the server by analyzing the network traffic and discarding anything that looks like a DDoS attack in there. So here in this picture, you can see that we are having some workload are deployed over to the Azure, and it containing application gateway, Azure load balancer, app service, web app, VPN gateway, and the service fabric. And we are having the incoming traffic to the resources. And here we are having the both type of traffic is present. We are having the legitimate traffic is present that is coming up for the genuine users, and a attacker is also there who is sending the false traffic and the DDoS traffic towards the resources itself. So by using the Azure DDoS protection, what it does, it can filter the traffic and it is only allowing the legitimate traffic towards the resources or the applications what we are running over there. So that is how we can use the Azure DDoS protection in order to only access the legitimate traffic what we are having. So if I'm talking about the different tiers of the Azure DDoS protection, so we are having the free tier of this available that is known as a basic previously, and this tier automatically enable for every property in Azure at no extra cost as a part of the Azure platform, and it always on and monitoring the traffic and real-time mitigation of the common network level attack that provide the same defense over there. Then we are having the DDoS standard SKU available. So the standard service tier provides the extra mitigation capabilities that are tuned specifically to Microsoft Azure Virtual Network Resource, and DDoS protection is kind of simple to enable and require no application changes over there. So the protection policies are tuned through the dedicated traffic monitoring and machine learning algorithm. So the policies are applied to the public IP addresses which are associated with the resources deployed in the virtual network such as Azure Load Balancer and the application gateway itself. Then if I'm talking about the pricing scenario of the Azure DDoS protection, so The DDoS standard protection service has a fixed monthly charge that includes the protection for 100 resources, and protection for additional resources are charged on a monthly per resource basis over there. And you can use the Azure DDoS protection to protect your devices and application by analyzing the traffic across your network and taking the appropriate action on the suspicious network. That's okay. Now, if I'm talking about the next concept in here, that is known as a Azure Firewall. So we can use a Azure Firewall in order to protect our virtual networks over there. So the Azure Firewall is a managed cloud-based network security service that protect your Azure virtual network resource from the attacker. So we can deploy the Azure firewall of any virtual network, but the best approach is to use it on the centralized network, and all other virtual and on-premises network will then route through it. So the advantage of this model is ability to centrally exert the control of the network traffic for all your virtual network across the different subscriptions over there. So as of now, here you can see we are having the different virtual network spokes are available. Those are connected to the central virtual network, and onto that specific central virtual network, we have configured the Azure firewall, and then it is giving the access to the internet over there. That's fine. So if I'm talking about the key features of the firewall, so the Azure firewall is having the different key features over there, like built-in high availability. So as we all know that that is a managed service, so it provides the high availability is built in, so there is nothing to configure. Also, Azure firewall can be configured to span the multiple availability zones as well for increase the availability over there. It will also provide us the network and application level filtering by using the IP address, port, and protocol to support the fully qualified domain name filtering for outbound HTTPS traffic over there. Then it is also having the capability for outbound static NAC and inbound dynamic NAC to communicate with internet resources. It will translate the private IP address of network resources to an Azure public IP address, and the source network address translation to identify and allow the traffic originating from the virtual network to internet destination. Similarly, the outbound internet traffic to the firewall public IP address is translated with the destination network address translation over there. That's okay. Then we are having the multiple public IP addresses are available. So these IP addresses can be associated with the Azure firewall. It is also providing us the threat intelligence. So the threat intelligence based filtering can be enabled for your firewall to alert and deny uh, traffic from to non-malicious IP addresses and domain. It will also integrate with the Azure Monitor. So after that integration, the Azure Monitor can collect and analyze the data and acting on the telemetry from the different firewall log what we have collected. So we can use the Azure firewall to protect the Azure resources what we have connected to the Azure virtual network over there. That's okay. Now, if I'm moving ahead and taking one simple scenario for the Azure firewall, so here you can see inside my Azure portal, I'm having one virtual machine is present, and the name of my virtual machine is the GTL VM firewall. But in that case, here you can see in my GTL VM firewall, if I am trying to access this machine by using the private IP address that is CAN104, then I will not be able to access that specific virtual machine because the public IP is not associated with my this virtual machine. And for accessing the virtual machine with the internet, with the public internet, we need a public IP address because the private IP address is not routable over to the internet. So here you can see if I'm trying to communicate with that machine, if I'm trying to connect with that machine, then I'm getting the error on the same. That's fine. So I'm not able to accessing the machine. Now in the overview section, you can see my this virtual machine is present into the virtual network 3. So if I'm opening up my virtual network 3 and let me go to the subnet, so here you can see that I'm having this one subnet available, and that is my Azure firewall subnet in here. I have also deployed one firewall in place, and here you can see this is going to be my GTL firewall. Inside my this firewall, what I have configured, here you can see in the firewall manager, if I'm opening up my firewall manager, so I have applied that firewall in my virtual network 3. That's okay. And now, if I'm going to the specific firewall policy, what I am having, that is new FW policy. Here you can see inside my this firewall policy, I am having few rule collection, and in the DNAC rule collection, I am having one rule collection present, that is for the RDP rule, and it is allowing the RDP for my virtual machine GTL firewall VM. So here you can see this is the public IP address of my firewall. Let me copy it, or what we can do, we can see the same thing from in here as well. So it is opening up. And here you can see that if I go to the public IP configuration area, so in that specific area, you can see this is the public IP address of my firewall. Let me open up the remote desktop connection manager in here, and from in here let me paste the public IP address of my firewall, and let me click on the connect. So when I click on the connect, so here you can see a pop-up comes up. Let me provide the password, and let me click on the OK. So now here you can see when I'm making a logging into it, so I will be able to make a login to my GTL firewall VM, and here you can see that I have access to the VM. Let me verify the thing that I have connected with the correct VM. So for the same, I'm opening up the CMD in here, and let me type the host name, and here you can see this is my GTL VM firewall. So that is how we can use the DNAC rule in the Azure firewall in order to gain access towards the virtual machine which is not having the public IP enabled over there. That's okay. So that is the one thing what we can do with the firewall, and there are a lot of options are available which we can do by using the Azure firewall over there. That's okay. Now let's go back to the presentation, and then we are talking about the web application firewall in here. So what the web application firewall does, if I'm talking about the web application firewall, so the web applications are increasingly targeted by the malicious attack that exploit the commonly known vulnerability like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. So preventing such attack in application, the code is challenging. So it can require the rigorous maintenance, patching, and the monitoring. So what web application firewall does, it will provide the centralized protection of your web application from the common exploit and the vulnerabilities. A central web application firewall makes the security management simpler, improves the response time to a security threat, and also it allows you the patching a known vulnerability in one place. Instead of securing each web application, the web application firewall also give the application administrator better assurance of protection against the threat and the inclusions over there. That's okay. Now let's move ahead with the next concept what we have to discuss in here, and that is talking about the segmentation over to the network. So the segmentation is about dividing something into similar pieces. So for an example, in an organization will typically consist of similar smaller business groups such as human resources, sales, customer service, and more. So in an office environment, it's common to see each business group have their own dedicated office space with the member of the same group share an office. So this enables the member of the same business group to collaborate while maintaining the separation from other groups to address the confidentiality requirement of each business. The same concept applies with the corporate IT network. The main reason for network segmentation are the ability to group related assets that are a part of support workload operation, isolation of the resources, and governance policy set by the organization. So network segmentation also support the zero trust model, a layered approach to security that is a part of a defense in depth strategy. Assume breach is a principle of zero trust model. So the ability to contain an attacker is vital in protecting information system. When workloads or parts of a given workload are placed into the separate segment, you can control the traffic from to those segments to secure the communication path. So in that case, if one segment is compromised, you will be able to better contain the impact and prevent it from the literally spreading through the rest of your network over there. So the network segmentation can secure the interaction between the perimeter. This approach can strengthen an organization's security posture, contain the risk in a breach, and stop attack from gaining the access to the entire workload over there. So the Azure Virtual Network is a fundamental building block for your organization's private network in Azure. VNet is similar to the traditional network that you operate in your own data center, but brings with additional benefit of Azure infrastructure, such as scale, availability, and isolation. Azure VNet enables the organization to segment their network. Organization can create multiple VNet per region per subscription, and multiple smaller subnet can be created inside the each virtual network. And the virtual network level containment of resource with no traffic allowed across. So VNet or inbound to the VNet by default. So the communication needs to be explicitly provisioned. This enables the more control over how Azure resources in a virtual network communicate with other Azure resources, the internet or on the on-premises networks itself. That's fine. Now let's just move ahead and talk about the next concept what we are having, that is known as a network security group. So Azure Network Security Group is a thing that let you allow or deny the traffic to and from the internet over there, like whatever the resources you are having. So by using the network security group, you can allow and deny the traffic towards your Azure resources. And for the same, you can go ahead and create the different inbound and outbound rule in the network security group. By using the network security group, you are having the different components are present as a part of the rule in the network security group. The name, priority, source or destination, protocol, direction, port range, and the action. So in the name, you can provide the name of your rule. In the priority, you can set the priority for that specific rule. In the source and the destination area, you can set up the source and the destination area for the same. In the protocol, you can set that which protocol is going to be allowed or denied. Then you can select the direction, progress, and what action is going to be performed over there. That's fine. So let's jump up to the portal and see that how network security groups work over there. So for the same, what we will do, we can go back to the portal. And from in here, you can see if I go to the virtual machine area. So in that specific area, we are having this Office 365 VM available. And if I do want to take a remote session of this virtual machine, then we can go to the connect option, and then from the and then we are going here in that specific area. Then what we will do, we can click on the download RDP file, and then we will be able to take a remote session of this virtual machine. Then let me do the same. And here you can see it is asking me for the credential. So I'm going to enter the credentials for the same, and I will be able to do the same thing because in my virtual machine, when I go to the networking area and I select the network security group option, so in that case the RDP rule is already created over there, and the RDP is allowed in the inbound rule of my network security group over there. That's fine. So same as like that, if I'm not having the rule enabled in the network security group, then I will not be able to access the virtual machine on the same. That's fine. So now what the next thing I'm going to do, Okay, so now here you can see it is asking me the password. Let me enter the password and I'm trying to make a login. Okay, I need to enter the password again. And now here you can see I am able to make a login in the machine. Okay, so now here you can see my machine is logged in successfully. Why? Because here you can see in the networking area of Office 365 VM, I have this rule enabled into the network security group. So if I go ahead and disable this rule, then I will not be able to take a remote session of my this virtual machine. That's okay. Now let's go back to the presentation and just talking about the next concept, that is talking about the Azure Bastion. So the Azure Bastion is a managed service provided by the Microsoft, and we can use that specific service if we do want to connect our virtual machine in the browser-based session by using the Azure portal without even having the access to the RDP connection. So for the same, what we can do, we can create the Azure Bastion and then we can have access to the virtual machine. The important thing is that we can deploy the virtual Azure Bastion as per the virtual network. So for an example, if we are having the different 2, 3, 4 virtual machines are present inside the virtual network. So instead of creating the Azure Bastion for each and every machine, we can deploy the Azure Bastion in virtual network, and then we can have access to all the virtual machine. So here you can see if I'm coming up to my portal, and here let me search for the Bastion. So in that specific area, you can see when I click on the create button. So in the create button, I need to provide the resource group name, the name of my bastion. Then here you can see the two different tiers are present. In the basic tier, we are having the 2 instance count available only. Means by using the basic tier, we can only access the 2 virtual machine with 1 bastion. But when I change it to the bastion, then we can increase that limit to the 50. And then here you can see the Azure Bastion subnet does not have the sufficient IP. So how you have created the Azure Bastion subnet? Based on that, you can connect up to 50 virtual machines by using one single Azure Bastion thing in here. So as of now, here you can see if I'm setting up my this Azure Bastion configuration. So as of now, here you can see in the session, we don't have any running session available. If I go want to see the configuration of the Azure Bastion, so I can see the configuration. So as of now, I'm using the basic tier. If you guys do want to use the Kerberos authentication, you can do the same. And we are having those different options are present. In the properties of the Azure Bastion, we can see the name, location, resource group, subscription ID, and the resource ID. So now here you can see I'm having this virtual machine present, and this is my GTL VM. And in my this virtual machine, there is no any public IP address associated. So what if I do want to take a remote session, or if I do want to connect with that specific machine without having the public IP? So we can simply go to the Bastion, and I have already configured the Azure Bastion in here. So what I need to do, I need to provide the user credentials. So this is going to be the username for this machine. And in the password, let me type the password for my GTL VM, and then I need to click on the connect button. When I click on the connect, then it says the pop-up is blocked. Let me allow this, and again I'm going to click on the connect, and here you can see I will be able to connect with my GTL VM on a browser-based session. So that is how we can use the Azure Bastion in order to take a remote session of my virtual machine based on the browser-based session. After that, if you guys do want to use the Key Vault service, so Key Vault is a service what we are having in the Microsoft Azure, and by using the Azure Key Vault, we can manage our secret, we can manage the different keys what we are having. We can manage the certificate, and we can manage our store secret backed by the hardware and software things over there. So if we go on to manage those things, so for the same we can use one service in Azure that is known as a key vault over there, and based on that we can set up the encryption as well. If I'm talking about the different encryptions what we are having present in the Azure, so we can go with the Azure storage service encryption if we do want to encrypt the thing, whatever the things we are having in the Azure storage. If we do want to encrypt the disk, so we can go with the Azure disk encryption. For the databases, we can go with the transparent data encryption option over there. So now here you can see in the portal, if I am moving back in the portal, in this specific area, if I go to the key vault, so let me search for the key vault. So here you can see that I have one key vault present, that is AZKB001. Inside my this key vault, I am having one secret. And why I have created this secret? This secret is for GTLVM password. So when I'm trying to take a connect with the machine, sorry, in that specific area, what we can do, instead of typing the password manually, we can use the Azure Key Vault secret in order to access the machine. So now let me just show it to you. Let me go to the virtual machine, then I'm selecting the option GTLVM, and from in here let me go to the connect and select the Bastion option. Then here I need to provide the username, and in the authentication type area, I'm going to select the password from Azure Key Vault. Then you need to select the specific subscription where you have created the Azure Key Vault. Then you need to select the specific key vault and the secret as well. And then you have to click on the connect. And now here you can see you have connected to your virtual machine by using the password, by using the secret what you have stored into the Azure Key Vault. So that is the another way we are having present into the Azure Key Vault, and we can use that secret in order to connect with our virtual machine. That's okay. So that is the one thing what we have to discuss in here, and that is all about the first lesson. Now we are going to take a look the security management capabilities of Microsoft Azure. So here the Microsoft Defender for Cloud comes up in the picture. So the Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a tool which we can use in order to maintain the security management of our organization. If we do want to protect the resources, whatever the resources we are having in the Azure cloud, or if we do want to protect the on-premises resources, as well as if we do want to protect the resources what we are having in the different cloud provider like AWS or Google Cloud Platform. So in that case, we can use the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. The Microsoft Defender for Cloud covers the two different broad pillars of the security. The first one that is cloud security posture management, and the next one that is cloud workload protection. So the cloud security posture management provide us the services in order to monitor and give the different security enhancement feature to us. By using the CSPM, we can get the security score in order to see the current security posture of our e- environment. Also, we can use the cloud workload protection, but for the same, we need to enable the enhanced preview, enhanced features of the Defender for Cloud. And by using that, what we can do, we can enable the Microsoft Defender for Cloud for the different resources what we are having. Like we can enable the Microsoft Defender for Server, we can enable the Microsoft Defender for App Service, we can enable the Microsoft Defender for SQL databases, we can enable the Microsoft Defender for Key Vault, we can enable the Microsoft Defender for DNS. So we are having the multiple options are present for the same. So here you can see the screen that is talking about the security score in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So once you have enabled the Microsoft Defender for Cloud in your subscription, then it will continually assess the resources, the subscription, what you are having in your Azure environment, as well as if you have connected your multi-cloud environment with the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, then it will also run the continuous assessment on the same, and based on that it will provide you the security score, and that security score is responsible for giving you the information that how your resources are secure in the environment. And based on the security score you are also getting the recommendations over there which you can use in order to improve your security score and make your organization security more good. So let's jump up to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud portal and see how it works. So let me go back to the browser, and here I'm going to search for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And here you can see in the overview area, I am having total one subscription. There are 12 resources assessed by the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. I am having the 7 active recommendations are there. So as of now, I have just enabled the Microsoft Defender for Cloud before some time into this environment. So that's why I'm not having the security score present in here. However, I'm getting the assessment report and the active recommendations in here. So if I go back into this option that is the recommendation, so inside the recommendation here you can see how many unhealthy resources I have and what are the steps I need to follow in order to maintain the health of those resources. So the recommendation here you can see install the endpoint protection solution on the virtual machine. Log analytics agent should be installed on virtual machine. So if you guys do want to work with those recommendations, then you can select the specific recommendation from the list, and in that specific list you can see the severity, you can see the description, you can see the related recommendation if there is any, what are the remediation steps which you need to follow, so you can see those remediation steps as well. And for the same you can initiate the logic app on the same, or you can remediate the thing, remediate the recommendation by manually, and for the same you will be getting the instruction in here, and based on that you can work with the same. That's okay. So that is how you can manage the recommendation in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Same as like that, if you are not enabled the Microsoft Defender for Cloud features for you, then you can go to the environment setting, and then from the environment setting you can go ahead and select the specific subscription. And when you select the subscription, then on the left hand side you can see the Defender plan in the settings area, and then you can enable the Defender for Cloud features according to your requirements. So as of now I have enabled all the features in here. So as per your requirement, as per your need, you can enable the specific feature from in here. That's okay. And same as like that, if you guys do want to make the changes into the settings and monitoring, then you can select that option from in here as well. That's okay. So these all are the things what we are having in the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Same as like that, here you can see that if you have connected with any AWS account and GCP account, then you can see those accounts in here. And also if you do want to add the environment, so you can add those different environments like Amazon Web Service, GCP, GitHub, and Azure DevOps as well. And after connecting the platform from in here, you can see those details in here as well. So in the overview section, you can see, or if we go to the recommendation area, then here we are having the option present. So if I have connected with the AWS and GCP, then I can switch between them. That's okay. And then this is the slide that is talking about the enhanced security of Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So we already seen that we can go to the environment setting, and then we can enable the Defender plan in order to turn on the enhanced security of Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Then the Azure security benchmark comes up in the line. So Microsoft has found that using the security benchmarks can help organizations quickly to secure their cloud deployment and reduce the risk to their organization. The Azure security benchmark provide the prescriptive best practice and the recommendations to improve the different security workload related to the data and the services. So the security baseline for Azure apply the guidance from the Azure security benchmark to the specific service for which is defined. So here you can see in the chart the specific service is present, and based on that we are having the different benchmark recommendations guidance are available. That's okay. Now let's just talk about the lesson number 3, that is talking about the security capabilities of Microsoft Sentinel over there. So first of all, before talking about the Microsoft Sentinel, let's just talk about the two different things what we are having in here, that is SIEM and SOAR, SIEM and the SOAR. So SIEM is known as the Security Incident and Event Management. So this is the tool which we can use in order to collect the data from the different sources, and it could uh, have the data from the different software, from the different resources over there, and based on the data collected it can generate the different type of alert and the incident based on the threat if there any. Then we are having the SOAR in place. So that is the system that takes the alert from the many sources such as the same system does, and then it will trigger the action according to the different automatic flow and process to run the security task in order to mitigate the different issues over there. That's fine. Then if I'm talking about the Microsoft Sentinel, so the Microsoft Sentinel is a combination of a cloud native SIEM and SOAR, and it will help us to detect the threat and work on the same. So how Microsoft Sentinel works? So first of all, it is collecting the data across the different users, devices, applications, on premises, and from the multiple different clouds as well. Then when it collect the log data, when it ingest all the data over there, then based on that data it will detect the different uncovered threats and false positive things based on the different threat intelligence things over there. And when the threats are found over there, then it will use the artificial intelligence in order to hunt the different suspicious activity over there, and then automatically it is going to be respond for the incidents over there. That's fine. So the Microsoft Sentinel is having few common concepts are available which we need to know before working on that. Like if we do want to connect the different data sources with the Microsoft Sentinel in order to send the log analytics to the Microsoft Sentinel, so for the same we can use the data connectors over there. Then if we want to monitor the data by using the Microsoft Sentinel integration with the Azure Monitor workbooks. So for the same, the workbook option is present to us. If we want to see the analytics alert and we want to notify with the any suspicious activity over there, so we can use the analytics based on the alerts what we are generating in the Microsoft Sentinel. We can also see the incident, and the incident is created when the alert that you have enabled is triggered over there. So in the Microsoft Sentinel we are having the alert option present, and based on that we can generate the incident, and we can use the incident in order to investigate with the different threats what we are having. Then the security automation and orchestration thing comes up. In that specific scenario, we can create the different logic app to create the workflow and the playbook in order to automatically remediate the different threats what we are having. Then we can use the Jupyter notebooks to extend the scope that what you can do with the Microsoft Sentinel data. And for the same, if you are having the development knowledge with you, then you can use the different languages like Python and R in order to run some sort of code in order to run the different remediation things over there. That's okay. Then the investigation comes up. So when you are having that security threat in place, then you can understand the potential security threat, and you can find the root cause of the same. Then the hunting is also present into the Microsoft Sentinel. You can use that thing in order to search and query the tool to hunt the proactively threats before the alert is triggered over there. Then in the Microsoft Sentinel, we are having the community present, and we can use the community in order to download the content from the private GitHub repositories and all. Next, okay. Now let's jump up to the portal and see the example for the Microsoft Sentinel in here. So in the portal, you can see if I'm moving in here. So let me search for the Microsoft Sentinel. And here in the Sentinel, you can see that if I am moving back to the Sentinel, so we are having the multiple things are present, like how many incidents we are getting, whatever the analytics rule I am having. So that is the new experience. If you go back with the previous one, so here you can see the different event, you can see the different alert and the incidents available in here, and based on that we are having the different options are present. So if we do want to ingest the data from the different sources, so we can go ahead and use the data connector on the same. So here you can see we are having the different data connectors are available for the Azure Active Directory, Azure AD Identity Protection, Azure DDoS Protection, Azure Firewall. So we can open the connector page and then we can connect with those things in here. So that is how we can go ahead and configure the different data connector. And once we have configured the data connector, then the logs are going to be saved, ingested into the Microsoft Sentinel over there. That's fine. Now let's go ahead with the next concept which we need to discuss. So let me go back to the presentation, and that is talking about the threat protection by using the Microsoft 365 Defender services. So if we do want to secure our identities, so in that case we can use the Microsoft Defender for identities. Means if we do want to maintain the security management for the identities over there, so in that note we can go ahead and use the Microsoft Defender for identity. That's okay. Same as like that, if we do want to maintain the protection for the endpoints over there, so we can use the Microsoft Defender for endpoint, and that is giving us the capability to run the detection, automatic investigation and response for the endpoint. Then we are having the Microsoft Defender for cloud app. So that is a comprehensive cross software as a service solution that brings the deep visibility for the strong data control and enhance the threat protection for your cloud applications. No, that is a virtual training project by the GTechLearn, not from the Microsoft. Okay, Brian? So in this training, we are covering the fundamentals of the security, compliance, and identity related things. That's okay. So now if we are talking about the email collaboration in here, so in that specific area, if we do want to maintain the security for the different thread that posed by the email messages, links over there. So if we do want to maintain the security for the same, then we can use the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 over there. That's okay. Now moving ahead to the next concept that is talking about Microsoft Defender for Office 365. So we can use the Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Previously, it is known as Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. That will help the organization against the different malicious threat posed by the email messages, different links, collaboration tool, including the Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, OneDrive Business, and other Office client. So in the Microsoft 365 Microsoft Defender for Office 365, it will cover the threat protection policy. So by using that, we can define the different threat protection policy to set the appropriate level of protection for your organization. You can see the different real-time report to monitor the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 performance in your organization. You can use the leading edge tool to investigate, understand, simulate, and prevent the threats. You can go for the automated investigation and response capabilities to save the time and effort for investigating and mitigating the threat. Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is available in two different plans. So the plan you choose influences the tools you will see and you use. It's really important to make sure that you select the best plan to meet your organization need. So if you are selecting the Microsoft Defender for Cloud Plan 1, so it is giving you the capability for the safe attachment that will check the email attachment for the malicious content. It is having the capability for the safe link that are scanned for each click, and safe link remains accessible but malicious links are blocked. It will also give you the protection for the SharePoint, OneDrive, and Microsoft Teams over there, so you can share and collaborate with the files easily. It is also having the anti-phishing protection policy available. So it will detect and attempt the impersonate your user to internal or the custom domain for protecting you with the phishing. It is also having the real-time detection. So in that case, the real-time report is present that allow you to identify and analyze the recent threats over there. When we are talking about the plan 2, for Microsoft Defender for Office 365. So in that case, this plan includes all the core features of the plan 1 and also provide the automation, investigation, and remediation and simulation tool to help protect your Office 365 suite. Then in this two plan, we are having the threat tracker and threat explorer. So the threat tracker provide the latest intelligence on prevailing the cybersecurity issue and allow the organization to take the countermeasure before there is an actual threat. It is also having the threat explorer, a real-time report that allow you to identify and analyze the recent threat. It is giving the capability for the automated investigation and response that will include the set of security playbooks that can be launched automatically when the alert is triggered. It is having the attack simulator that allow you to run the realistic attack scenario in your organization to identify the different vulnerabilities. It is having the proactively hunt option for the threat with advanced hunting in Microsoft 365 Defender. So in the advanced hunting, that is a query-based threat hunting tool that lets you to explore up to the 30 days of raw data, so you can proactively inspect the event in your network to locate the threat indicators and the entities over there. Then by using the plan 2, you can investigate the alert and incident in Microsoft 365 Defender. And for Office 365 Plan Defender Plan 2 customers have access to the Microsoft 365 Defender integration over there. That's okay. If I'm talking about the availability, so if you are having the subscription for Microsoft 365 E5, Office 365 E5, Office 365 A5, or Microsoft 365 Business Premium, then you can go ahead and use the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 as well as if you guys do want to add it as an add-on, so you can also enable this thing as an add-on as well. That's okay. Now let's just talk about the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. So the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint that is formerly known as Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection. That is a platform that designed to help the enterprise network to protect their endpoint over there. So in the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, you can go ahead and work with the threat and vulnerability management. That is a risk-based approach to discover and prioritize and remediate the different endpoint vulnerability and misconfiguration. It reduces the attack, so it is also having the attack surface reduction capability that will reduce the place where your organization is vulnerable to the cyber threat and attack by ensuring any allowed app that can run over there. It is also provide you the next generation protection that brings together the machine learning and big data analysis. in-depth the threat resistance research and the Microsoft Cloud infrastructure to protect the devices in your organization. It is also having the endpoint detection and response capability that will provide the advanced attack detection that are near real-time and actionable. Since the security analyst can prioritize the alert and see the full scope of breach and respond to remediate the threat. It is also having the capability for automated investigation and remediation thing. And by using that, you can go with the automated investigation feature that uses the inspection algorithm and processes the used by the analyst, such as the playbook, to examine the alert and take a quick remediation action to resolve the breaches over there. That's fine. Now let's go ahead with the next concept what we have to discuss in here, and that is known as a Microsoft Defender for Identity. So the Microsoft Defender for Identity is known as Azure Advanced Threat Protection. Previously, it is known as with that name. That is a cloud-based security solution, and it uses your on-premises Active Directory data to identify, detect, and investigate the advanced threat, compromised identity, and malicious insider action directed at your organization. So it will monitor and profile the user behavior and activity. It is protect your user identity and reduce the attack surface. It is also investigate the alert and the user activity, and also it is going to identify the suspicious activities and advance attack across the cyber attack kill chain over there. That's okay. Then if I'm talking about the Microsoft 365 Defender portal, so previously it is known as a Microsoft 365 Security Center. And if we do want to access that specific portal, so we can simply visit to that URL that is known as a security.microsoft.com. So we can simply visit to that specific link that is known as a security.microsoft.com, and then we can access the portal. And inside that specific portal, we are having the multiple options are present, like for the incident and the alert, for the hunting, for the action, for the threat analysis and all. That's okay. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the Microsoft Secure Score. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Secure Score, so the Secure Score is one of the tool in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal, and that is a representation of a company's security posture. The higher security score, the better protection you are having over there. So the security score helps the organization to report the current state of their security posture. Also, it is giving the improvement method to improve the secure score, and you can also compare the benchmark to establish the KPI indicators over there. So here you can see in the Microsoft Secure Score we are having the different options are present, like improvement, action, history, metrics, and the current. And we can see the recommendations for Microsoft 365, Azure Active Directory, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Microsoft Defender for Identity, and Microsoft Defender for Cloud App itself. So now let's go ahead to the portal and see that how the Microsoft 365 Defender portal look like. So here I am moving back to my portal, and for the same I do want to make a login with the account. So this time let me go to the URL called security.microsoft.com, and here I do want to make a login with my this account. Let me copy the username first. And this is going to be the password for me. Okay. And then here you can see when I have logged in here in my portal, and this is known as a Microsoft 365 Defender portal. over there. And now in this portal here you can see that we are having the multiple options are present, like incident and alert, hunting, actions and submissions, threat analysis, secure score, learning hub, trial, partner catalog, device identity, vulnerability management, partners and API evaluation and tutorial. So multiple options we are having in here. Now if I'm just talking about the important one that is known as a secure score. So in the secure score area here you can see we can see the secure score, and that is a representation of our organization security posture. As of now, I'm having the 37.54% of secure score. And in the history, we can see that how I gained the score. So first of all, in the recommended action area, I can go ahead and see the different recommendations which we can follow in order to increase our secure score. And here we can see like what impact is going on to my secure score when I'm selecting like a specific thing. And based on that, we can improve our secure score. Then in the history section, we can say, so we see like which things we have configured in order to get the secure score, and on which recommendation, on which point things we are getting the secure score. So that is how we can check the history for our secure score as well. In the metrics and the rank, we can see the comparison that what is the my score and what is the organization similar size score is going on. So as of now, my score is decreased by 12.46%. So in the last 90 days, I can see that report. In the last 7 days, I can see my report. In the last 30 days, I can see my report. So that is a different way how I can go ahead and see the trends over there. That's fine. So that is how we can see the things in the secure score manner in there. That's okay. So that is all about the third module of SC-900. So before moving ahead and start working with the fourth module, so please let me know if you are having any query from this module. If everything is fine, then we can go with the fourth module of this course. All right, so now I'm going to open the fourth module in here. So let me quickly open up the fourth module. And now here you can see in the module number 4. So this module is talking about the capabilities of Microsoft compliance solutions over there. So if I'm talking about the different compliance solutions, so in this module, we are going to talk about the service request portal. We are going to talk about the sensitivity label. We are going to talk about the retention label, Azure policy related things. So in the previous module, we talked about the security and the network security related thing. This module is dedicated related to the compliance solution. So if we do want to make our organization more secure, then we are having those options are present. So let's just talk about the Microsoft Service Trust Portal. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Service Trust Portal, so the Microsoft Service Trust Portal provide the information, tool, and other resources about the Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices. We can sign into the Service Trust Portal with our Microsoft Cloud Service account in order to access all the available document what we are having present into the Service Trust Portal. In the service trust portal, we are having the different menus which we can access, like service trust portal, compliance manager, trust document, industry, and regions over there. So now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the different things which do we have present into the service trust portal. So here I'm going to open up my browser again. And here you can see that if I go to that link, that is aka.ms/stp. So this is a short URL which we can use in order to redirect to the service cache portal over there. So now here you can see, as of now, I am in the service cache portal. So I need to make a sign in into it. So let me go ahead and make a sign in. And when I signed into the thing, so here you can see, I can see the different certifications, regulation, and the standards. We can see the different report, white paper, and artifacts. We can see the industry and regional resources, and also we can see the resources for your organization. So these all are the documentation that are based on my organization, so we are having those documentations are present. That's okay. Now if I go back to the service class portal, just after this option we are having the my library option is present. So the my library is something that allow you to add document and resource that are relevant to your organization. Everything is in one place, so you can also opt to have an email notification sent when a document is updated, as well as the frequency you receive the notification. So as of now, here you can see that I have added one document. If I go on to see all the versions, then I can see all the versions of this document in here. Whenever the changes has been made in this document, I have updated with the same. If I go on to configure the notification setting, so we can configure the notification setting onto that specific email on the daily basis, on the weekly basis, or on the monthly basis as well. So these all are the different options are present. So for an example, if we go want to add any document in my library, then how do we do that? So here you can see, just for an example, if we have selected this SOC option, and here you can see the system organization control for service organization are the internal control report created by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Okay, and these reports provide an audit of organization that provide the information system as a service to other organization. So if I do want to add any one of report, like for the Office 365 Bridge Associator. So I can save this thing to the library. And once I have saved this thing to the library, so I can go to the my library and then I can access the same. And here you can see, if I do want to see the wall version, so I can see the different version changes for the same. That's all. So that is how we can go ahead and add the document into the my library as well. And inside the all document area, we can see all the documents what we are having present into the service class portal. Then we can apply the filter in order to see the document, like what type of document we do want to see. So we can go with the past 3 month option, and I do want to see the documents those are related to the windows. So same as like that, we can see those documents. If I'm changing the filter in here, so if I go on to see the document related to the GitHub, so for the same, we can see the documents those are related to the GitHub as well. And as of now, here you can see the zero result found. So that's how we can apply the filter onto the applicable documents, and we can see the different documents what we are having in here. That's okay. So that is all what we have to discuss in the service trust portal. Now moving ahead and talking about the different Microsoft privacy principle. So in the Microsoft privacy principle, when I'm talking about the same, so the Microsoft products and services run on the trust. So Microsoft always focuses on the 6 key privacy principle when making the decision about the data. The privacy is about making the meaningful choice about how and why the data is collected and used. It's about the ensuring that you have the information you need to make the choices that are right for you across the Microsoft product and the service. So what are the 6 different privacy principles are there in the Microsoft? Those are the control, transparency, security, strong legal protection, no content based targeting, and benefits to you. So if I'm talking about the first one, that is control, that is putting you the customer in control of your privacy with ease to use tool and the clear choices. In the transparency, it is giving the capability for being transparent about the data collection and the use of that data so that everyone can make informed the decisions over there. Then in the security, it is protecting the data that is entrusted to the Microsoft by using the strong security and encryption method. In the strong legal protection, it is respecting the local privacy laws, whatever the local privacy laws are there for protecting the data, and fighting for the legal protection for the privacy as a fundamental human right. Then no content based targeting. It means that if Microsoft is collecting the email, chat, email and those details to you, then Microsoft is not going to use those things in order to run any advertisement based on that specific data. And what is the benefit to us? So when Microsoft is collecting data, so Microsoft is going to use that data in order to give us the better experience based on the service or the services we are using in the Microsoft. So these principles from Microsoft Privacy Foundation, and they shape the way that product and service are designed over there. That's fine. Now let's go ahead with the next concept, that is talking about the Microsoft Priva. That is the overview dashboard where we can see the details related to the new item. We can see the different policy message, whatever the policies we are having. Based on that, we can see the different subject like request and overview request as well. So how do we access the Priva? So for the same, what we can do, we can open our browser, and instead of the security portal, we have to go to the compliance.microsoft.com. That's okay. And then into the compliance portal, from in here we can go ahead and select the private option. Let this open up. Okay, now here you can see when I am on this portal, so let me scroll it down, and here you can see the privacy risk management. If I go to the overview in here, then you can see on the overview, if I do want to see the policies with the most matches, so we can view that summary. So there is no any policy matches are present. If I do want to see the user with the most policy matches, then we can view the thing and explore. Then the personal data found in the organization. So that is how we can see the details by the location, by the gate type. So we can see the different things in here. Same as like that, we can go to the data profile, and in the data profile here you can see the personal data type instances detected in the Microsoft 365 location. So in the OneDrive we have detected 53 different data types. In the teams we have defined the 12, and here we can see the details over there, like US security number and those identification number. So based on that we can see the different data types what we are having. And here you can see in the global sales we are having those personal data available, and all the record is listed over here. If I'm going to see, then here you can see in those files we are having that type of data available. So we can see the source, also we can see the details of that specific file, like where my thing is and which type of data type is detected into that specific data. So the data type is detected in here, like Australian company number, Australian business number, all full name, all type of medication, all medical terms and conditions. So these all are the data what we have available in here. So if we do want to see those things, so we can see those things from in here. Same as like that, if I go back to the data profile, and we do want to see the data in the teams. So in the teams here, you can see we are having the different things are present. Let me open the teams for this user. And in this user, we are having no data. That's okay. Let me go to the data profile, and from in here, I can go ahead and select any other user, or I can select this user, for example. And also here, I'm having no data. That's okay. Let's go back one step. That's okay. So we can see the data in here. Then if I go to the policies in here, then in the policies area, you can see that there are 3 by default policies are configured. If I do want to go ahead and create a new policy, then it is asking me like which type of policy do we want to create, the data overexpose, the data transfer, data minimization, and the custom. So if I go with that specific option, then here you can see we can set up the policy name, then we can create that specific policy. So that is how we can create the policy. And based on that, if someone is trying to share the things. As of now, here you can see the default external transfer policy is in testing. So I can go to that specific policy, and then we can see the detail of that specific policy as well. So as of now, here you can see it is in the testing phase. So the next step, check back for the insights. So here you can see your policy is running in test mode. We have started looking for matches from last 30 days. Check back in 1 or 2 days to see the insights we have gathered. So as of now, I have just configured this policy. So we are having this thing. If I do want to turn on this policy, so we can go ahead and turn on this policy as well. So whenever you are creating the policy, then the policy is running into the test mode. And if you guys do want to turn on the policy as of now, so your policy is turned on, and it could take some time in order to show you the data in here for the same. So that is how we can use the Microsoft Privacy Risk Management Priva in order to see the different reports over there. That's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation, and the next lesson is talking about the compliance management capability in the Microsoft compliance portal. So here you can see we are having the Microsoft Purview portal is present, and the Microsoft compliance or Microsoft Purview portal is the thing that is giving us the compliance requirement. And here we can access the alert, report, policy, compliance solutions, and more thing over there. That's fine. And if I'm talking about the compliance manager, so the compliance manager, let me go ahead. And inside that, the compliance manager is a thing where we can see the different assessment. We can create our own assessment if we want. We can see the secure score based on the specific assessments what we are having, and what are the different key elements of the compliance manager, that is control, assessment, template, and the improvement actions over there. So let me go back to the portal, and here you can see if I'm going back to the portal, in the compliance manager, you can see in the overview, we will be able to see the compliance score, like what is the compliance score as of now I am having. It's 53%. How many key improvement actions I am having? 825. Those are not completed. 44 are completed over there. And in the compliance score breakdown, I have protected the information 3%. I have protected the privacy management 24%. I have governed the information 18%. I'm having the control access by 7%. I am managing the devices by 16%. Compliance score and protecting against the threat is 20%. Discover and respond 4%. Manage the internal risk is 36%. And in the compliance area, I'm having 76% of compliance over there. So that is how we can see the compliance score breakdown as well. Then in the improvement action, we are having the different actions are present, which we can improve in order to improve the compliance score. So if we enable the self-service password reset, then we can go ahead and improve the score by 4 more points in here. We can provide the just-in-time notification. We can block the email application from creating child process. So we are having those different type of recommendations are available, improvement actions are available. So if we go with that, we can select them and we can accept all uptake. So same as like that, we can go with those options. Now if I'm moving to the solution, so inside the solution here you can see that how many potential score is remaining, how many security score contribution we are having based on the different solutions what we are running over there. Same as like that, in the assessment area, we can see according to which assessment I'm getting the compliance score. So if we do want to add the recommended assessment, so we can add the recommended assessment from in here. Same as like that, let me go back to the assessment area. If I do want to add a new assessment, and based on that, if we do want to see the secure compliance score, so we can add those assessments, and here you can see we are having the different by default available assessment templates we are having. That's okay. So now let me go back after canceling this. In this assessment template area, you can see that how many different assessments we are available in here. So in all of these template, you are not having your type of assessment template. So you can go ahead and create your own custom assessment template. Then you can go with the next, and then you can upload the formatting access file that containing all necessary data for your template, and then you can go ahead and create the assessment. And also you can extend the Microsoft template. So for example, if I have selected the existing one and I do want to make some changes into it, then also we can use our Excel file where I'm having all the stringers are there, and based on that, what we can do, we can create our own assessment template, and based on that we can get the compliance score on the same. So that is the options what we are having in here in order to check the different compliance related things. That's okay. Now, that is the slide that is talking about the compliance scores. We already talked about the compliance score in here, and we already had a demonstration on the same. Now let's go ahead and talking about the life cycle management in here. So if I'm talking about the life cycle management in here, so it says that how we are going to manage the life cycle of the resources. It means that the Microsoft Information Protection discover and classify and protect the sensitive business critical data. In the Microsoft information governance, we need to go through with the some steps like know your data. So organizations can understand their data landscape and identity important data across the on-premises, cloud, and the hybrid environment. Then you need to protect your data. So based on the different protection things, we can go ahead and protect our data by accessing the restrictions over to that data, by setting up the visual markings to the data, by encrypting our data, and for the same we can use a label, sensitivity label. Then if we do want to prevent the data loss, so the organizations can detect the risky behavior and prevent the data from shared accidentally over there based on the sensitive information type like credit card number and all. And then once we are done with the data work, then we can govern our data. We can create the different type of retention policies and retention level in order to manage the data life cycle. And when the data is not in use, then we can go ahead and delete that data permanently over there. So for the same, we are having the different options are present. For protecting our data, we can go ahead and use the sensitivity label. For encrypting the data, for marking the visual contents over there. If we do want to delete the data automatically, so for the same we can create the retention policies for the same. That's okay. Now let's go ahead into this specific area, and that is talking about the different sensitive information type, cleanable classifier, explore the data content explorer. So here you can see in the data classification area on the compliance portal, we are having those options are present. So let me go back to the portal. So here I'm going to open up the portal. So here I am, and inside my portal, if I'm going to open up my this browser, in the data classification area, we are having the overview present. Like here we can see whatever the sensitive info types which are used in my content, and how many activities are recorded, how many files created on the removal media, how many files are created and renamed. So we can see all of that detail from in here. Then in the trainable classifier, if we do want to create the automated classification thing based on the content what we are having, so we are having those trainable classifiers are available. If we do want to create a new one, so we can create a new one based on that. Then in the sensitive info type, we can see the different sensitive info type what we are having present in here. And if you do want to create, you can create your own. Then we are having the EDM classifiers are available. So we can use the extract data match classifier in order to use and extract the value from your organization data to detect and match the instead of generic pattern over there. So this includes several compliance solution over there. Then in the content explorer area, you can see that I can see the different type of sensitive info or the label which we have applied into the different location. And same as like that here, if I go to the activity explorer, then you can see we will be able to see the different activity based on the file rename, based on the file created over there. So here you can see for my different specific area where I'm having my this devices available, I will be able to see the different activity over there. And here from the gate range, this to this, I'm getting the data. If I do want to change the date, so let me go ahead and I do want to set the date from 5 December in here. And if there is any option, then we can select the date. Okay, so here if I have selected this thing, and now here you can see my data is going to be refreshed, and based on that here you can see I'm getting all the information that when the file is renamed, when the file is created, when the file is achieved. So I can see all the information, whatever the information I am having present into that specific area. So here you can see the file is created into the removable media on January 3, 11:26 a.m. File is removed. So we can see all the details into that specific area. So that is the way how can we go ahead and see the activity explorer in order to see the activity on the specific device as well. That's okay. Now let me go back to the portal, and then it is talking about the sensitivity label. So if I'm talking about the sensitivity label in here, so if we do want to protect a specific piece of information by applying the different sensitivity labels over there, so we can encrypt the information, we can apply the content marking over there. So the sensitivity labels are customizable, persistent, and clear text. Where we can use the sensitivity label, we can use the sensitivity label in order to encrypt the email, in order to encrypt the document. We can go ahead and mark the content, we can apply the label automatically. And we are having the multiple options are present. For applying the sensitivity label, we need to use the label policy, and inside the label policy we need to choose the user and group that can see the label. We can apply the label default to the all new email in the document. We can require the justification for the label change, we can require the user to apply the label. So we are having the multiple options are present. So now let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and access and create the sensitivity label. So from my this another portal, let me go ahead, and here I do want to open compliance.microsoft.com. Okay, I do want to make a login with this account. All right, then from the compliance manager area, let me go to the specific option called information protection. And from the information protection, I can go to the label. Let me go ahead and create a new label. And here the name of my label is going to be US label, for example. And the display name is going to be the same. And this is going to be the description for the user. And the same description is going to be used for the administrator. You can select any one of the label color, then go with the next. I do want to apply it onto the item. Then I want to apply the content marking. And in the content marking, let me add a watermark. And here, let me go ahead and type the watermark that is going to be GTechLearn Private Limited. Then in the color, I do want to select any other color with the diagonal position. Then in the header, I do want to select the SC-900 virtual training, and the font size is going to be 32, on the center, and I do want to apply the footer as well. The footer is going to be online class. Okay, and here or in the footer I can set up the www.gtechlearn.com. Let me increase the font size to the 28 in the center. So now here you can see I have added the content marking. I do want to enable the auto labeling for the files in the email. So if you do want to add the condition, so you can also set the auto labeling for the files. So here we can create the group name and we can all of these set. So the name of my group is going to be the demo 01. Then I can add the different sensitivity types. So if that sensitivity types matches info type, then auto label is going to be applied on the same. So we are having that option also available. As of now, I don't want to go with that option. Let me go to the next and create a label. So once you have created the label, then what you have to do, you have to publish that label. So now let me select that option and I do want to publish that specific label. So for publishing the label, let me go with the next, and I need to select the specific label which I do want to publish. Let me select the US label and let me go with the next. I want to publish this label for all of my users and group. Then in the setting, we can select the option. Let me go with the next. I do not want to make any changes in here. In the name, this is going to be label policy 02. And in the description, I can type the demo policy and let me go with the next and submit. So that is how we can go ahead and apply the new label. That's okay. So once my policy is applied, it could take some time in order to take effect. So now it's time to test the label. Then here I am going to my virtual machine, and here inside my this virtual machine the office is installed already. Let me open the world, and then here you can see in the world, if I open this blank document, then let me go to the sensitivity option, and here you can see the US label is present. If I'm selecting this one, then you can see I'm having the content marking present. Like in the header, I'm having SC-900 virtual training. In the diagonal watermark, I'm having the GTechLearn Private Limited, and in the footer, I'm having the GTechLearn.com. So that is how we can go ahead and apply the sensitivity label. If I do want to use SC-900 label, then we are having that label options are present. So that is the way how we can go ahead and apply the sensitivity label. So is this thing is clear to everyone? All right, thank you for the confirmations from your end. So now moving ahead and talking about the next thing, that is the data loss prevention policy. So if we do want to protect our data for the loss, like if someone is accidentally sharing the data or if someone is trying to share the data outside from the organization, and we do want to save that information, we do want to save that specific information to be shared. So for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and use the data loss prevention policy over there. So the data loss prevention policy is used to protect the sensitive information. And how data loss prevention policy should be created. So first of all, we need to select the location where we want to apply the policy. Then based on that, we can select the rule, condition, and the action, and the data loss prevention policy is going to be work over there. So here you can see, if I'm moving back to my portal, so here in this portal, you can see I'm having the option for the data loss prevention. And from the data loss prevention option, let me select the policies area. We can also see the activity explorer, but that's okay. Let me go to this area, and in that case, we can go ahead and create a new policy. So if you guys do want to go with the custom policy, so you can go with the custom policy. Let me go with the financial information, medical, and the privacy information. So as of now, let me go with the financial information, and I'm selecting that specific information, and that is protecting the credit card information. And let me go with that option. Let me go with the next area, and same as like that, we are having the different options are present. So let me go with the next, and that's okay. The description is okay. And I do want to configure this policy in all the place except the Power BI. Then in the policy setting, review and customize the default setting for the template. Then let me go with the next. And here you can see if I do want to edit, so the credit card number and instance count is going to be 1 to 9. That's okay. Let me save it and go with the next option. So with people outside my organization, that's okay. Then let me go with the next, and here you can see when content matches the policy condition, then what we can do, restrict access or encrypt the content in Microsoft 365 location. That's okay. Customize access and override the setting. So we can also having those options are present. That's okay. Then I do want to test it out and show the policy keep running the test mode, or if I can go and turn it right away. So we are having the different options are present. So let me turn it on right away and then go with the submit. And once my policy is applied, so it could take an hour to complete or 24 hours to complete. So now here you can see the new policy is created. Let me go with the next, and here you can see now I am having my new policy with me, like PCI data security standard. Let me go to the Outlook, and here let me try to create a mail. And let me select new mail. Let me refresh the page first. And let me create a new email. And I do want to send this email to this email ID. And no, not this. Let me correct the email. That's okay. In the subject, let me type the credit card information. And here I can type the credit card number. And this is the credit card number what I am using. Let me click on the send. So now here you can see when I have sent this message, so what it comes up that you share the content that contain one or more credit card number with people outside your organization. Consider removing the numbers to make sure it's okay to everyone you are sharing can view them. So here you can see that your email message conflict with the policy in your organization. So that is how we can work with the data loss prevention policy. So is this thing is clear to everyone? And here we can see the encrypted information itself. That's fine. Thank you everyone for the quick confirmation. And this email is not sent over there because the policy conflicts for the same. That's okay. So that is how we can work with the data loss prevention policy. Now move ahead and talking about the retention policy. So we can use the retention policy in order to retain the data into the different location, like SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, Yammer, Exchange. So retention labels are applied at the item level. We can retain the email document that can have only single retention label assigned to it at a time. We can use the retention setting from the retention level label option, and it can be applied manually or automatically over there. Then same as like that, for applying the retention label, we need to use the retention label policies for the same. So how do we go ahead and configure those things? So in the portal, you can see, if I'm closing this up, let me close this, and I do want to open the compliance.microsoft.com. And from in here, we can go to the policies area. And in the policies area in the data, you can see that we are having the option present for the retention. And from in here, we can go ahead and work with the retention policies as well. That's okay. So now let me just open the retention label. So in the labels area, you can see that I have created one retention label in here. And in this label, we can see the 1 day retention duration action is going to be auto delete over there. And for applying that label, we are having the specific retention policy. So we can select and publish the label based on the retention policy. So that's okay. So all location, and here can name the policy. So this is going to be my retention policy 01. And based on that, we can publish that specific retention label. So that is how we can work with the retention labels in here. Now let me go back to the presentation and talking about the record management. So we can use the record management in order to look for the legal obligations, and here we can see the different options. So we can restrict and put the certain activity, all the activities of the document is logged, and we can also keep the document safe when the document is deleted by the user. So that is the things what we can do with the record management. Now, moving ahead with the next concept, that is talking about the e-discovery in Microsoft Purview. So the e-discovery is a process of identifying and delivering the electronic information that can be used as evidence in the legal cases. You can use the e-discovery tool in the Microsoft Purview to search for the content in Exchange Online, OneDrive Business, SharePoint Online, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365 Groups, Yammer Teams over there. So you can search mailbox and the site in the same e-discovery search, and then can export the search result over there. So in the Microsoft Purview, we are having the content search. So you can use that tool to search for content across Microsoft 365 data sources, and then can export the search result to a local computer. Then we are having the e-discovery standard option. On the same, you can search and export the case management legal hold option. Then we are having the e-discovery premium option. By using the e-discovery premium option, the solution builds on the existing capability, whatever the capabilities we are having in the e-discovery standard. In addition to the e-discovery premium one, it provides an end-to-end workflow to identify, preserve, and collect, review, and analyze the export content that responsive to your organization's internal and external investigation. That's okay. So that is all about in here. Now, if I'm talking about the auditing solution, so the auditing solution is Microsoft Purview help the organization to effectively respond to the different security event, forensic investigation, and internal investigations, and the compliance obligations. So in the thousands of users, multiple operations are performed over there. So in the auditing, we are having two different editions, the standard one and the premium one. In the standard one, this will provide you the ability to log and search for audited activity and power your forensic. The IT compliance and legal investigation services help us to maintain the record, and retrieve those using the Office 365 management activity. In the premium one, you are having the longer retention of the audit record. You can have the custom audit retention policies are available. You can have the higher bandwidth available in order to access the APIs. That's okay. Now, if I'm moving ahead with the next lesson that is talking about the governance capability. So in this, we are going to talk about the Azure policies over there. So if I'm talking about the Azure policy, so that is something which is designed to help enforce the standard and assess the compliance across your organization. So the common use case for Azure policy include the implementing the governance for the resource consistency, regulatory compliance, security, and cost management over there. So the Azure policy evaluate all the resources in the Azure and available resources if you are having any resource available. It is also evaluate whether the properties of resource match with the specific business rule itself, and based on that you can work with the same. So now let's jump up to the portal and see that how Azure policy works over there. That's okay. So in my browser, let me go back to the Azure portal, and here I can search for the policy. Next, fine. And here I do want to assign one more policy, and the policy I do want to assign on the resource group called SC-900. And in that specific policy, I can select the definition for the tag and require the tag annex value on the resource and append the tag annex value to the resource we can use. Let me go this with this policy, and I do want to go with the next. In the parameter, the tag name I do want to select as a class, and the tag value is going to be SC-900. So whatever the resource I'm going to create in SC-900 resource group, a tag class SC-900 is going to be associated with those resources automatically. So that is the policy what I'm going to create. So I'm creating this policy. So here you can see the role assignment is succeeded. Let me refresh my page once. And here I'm going to create one virtual network, for example. So let me select my virtual network thing. Not the virtual network signal. Here I'm going to select the virtual network. Now I'm going to click on the create button, and I want to create a virtual network in the SC-900 resource group. So let me go ahead and select this group, and this is my task VNet, for example. And then let me go with the IP address security tag. Here you can see I leave the tag name and the value as it is, the blank, and then I'm going to create a virtual network. So now let me go ahead and create the virtual network. And it could take some time, then I'm having the virtual network in place. And in a few minutes, I'm having the virtual network in place. So when the virtual network in place, you guys can see the tag is automatically associated with the virtual network. Okay, so my virtual network is created, and now here you can see in the overview section, the tag is automatically appended to the resource. So that is how we can use the the Azure policy in order to work with the same. As of now, I have already applied one policy to my existing resource group that only the allowed SKU is present to that specific resource group. So now here you can see that if I go to the virtual machine area, and in the virtual machine area, let me select to create a new virtual machine, and I do want to create a new virtual machine in my AG policy RG, and name of my this virtual machine is going to be the demo VM. And let me select, and here you can see items availability based on the policy assignment, and I do not select the specific thing. So here you can see allowed virtual SKU. So first of all, I need to see, so this list are allowed only in order to create the virtual machine. So that is the way how we can use the Azure policies over there. That's fine. Now let's move ahead and talk about the Azure blueprints over there. So if I'm talking about the Azure blueprint, so that will provide the way to define the repeatable set of Azure resources. So by using the Azure blueprint, we can enable the development teams to rapidly provision and run the new environment over there with the knowledge what they are in line with the organization compliance requirement. So teams can also provision the Azure resources across the several subscriptions simultaneously, meaning they can achieve the shorter development time and quicker delivery. The Azure blueprint are a declarative way to orchestrate the deployment of various resource templates and other artifacts such as the policy assignment, the role assignment, the ARM template, resource groups over there. So we can use the blueprint object that can be replicated to multiple Azure region, and also the relationship between the Azure blueprint definition and the blueprint assignment is preserved over there. That's okay. So if I go back to the portal and let me quickly search for the blueprint. So here you can see we can create a blueprint, we can apply it to a scope and check the assignment. So when you are creating a blueprint, then you can create a blank blueprint or you can select it from the template. So for an example, I have configured the basic blueprint and the name of my blueprint is going to be demo01. And in the definition location, I can select my pass. Let me go with the next to the artifact, and it is going to create those parameters in here. Let me save the graph. All right. So it takes some time and then it will save the grouping definition. And now once I have the definition saved, then I can go to the assign blueprint and then we can apply the blueprint to the scope. So let me select that one and I can publish this blueprint, and the version is going to be 1.0, and let me publish this. So here you can see failed because the artifact is invalid. So I have just doing the same thing for the demonstration. So it need a multiple subscription, then we can work with the same. So that is how we can work with the Azure blueprints in here. And that is all about this module, as well as that is all about in SC-900 from my end. And before winding up session for the today, please let me know everyone if you are having any doubts with you. So we can go with that. Otherwise, we can wind up the training as of now. All right, in here. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me in this training. We'll see you all in any other training session. Thank you.